6 p.m. at the Tryon International Equestrian Center. Our 4th annual Divertimentos and Dressage begins at 6 p.m. with cocktails, hors d'oeuvres, and a silent auction, followed by a 1-hour freestyle dressage performance featuring world-class dressage riders and live orchestral music performed by the Dorothy Brooke Orchestra. All proceeds benefit Brooke USA Foundation. Visit BrookeUSAEvents.org to find out more information and purchase your tickets today.
Riders will be finishing up their course walk. We'd like to welcome you to our Friday night here at our Tryon Fall. And this year part of the Major League Show Jumping Tournament in their 3rd year of existence here on the Major League Grand Prix Show Jumping Tour. I'd like to thank our sponsors as well, Pro Elite. They have you covered. Stellar Power Solutions, powering homes and empowering lights. Also, we thank St. Luke's Hospital, one of our sponsors and benefactors here at our Tryon Horse Shows here at the International Equestrian Center. They've got your back at St. Luke's Hospital with an extensive network of healthcare services right here in the Carolina foothills. So relax and enjoy the events. St. Luke's Hospital is conveniently located near Interstate 26 in Columbus, North Carolina. Learn more at stluke'shospital.com. St. Luke's Hospital, official healthcare provider for our Tryon International Equestrian Center. Also, Bobcat, very pleased to have them here with us this year. Always been the original skid steer and most trusted name in compact construction equipment. Now, Bobcat is your one-stop shop for tractors and mowers, as well as the official 2023 Tryon Drag Brake sponsor. Bobcat is proud to show off their CT 5555 compact tractor straight from Bobcat's new facility right here in the great state of North Carolina. Just 10 minutes down the road from our Tryon International Equestrian Center. Your local Bobcat dealer, Tri-City Outdoor Power Equipment, located in Forest City. I'd like to call your attention to our Jumbotron located over the in-gate for some of our commercials coming up.
We are Brian and Cheryl Stuller of Stuller Power Solutions, the #1 Generac generator dealer in the region.
We offer a wide range of Generac home standby generators. With our certified technicians, we ensure seamless installations, top-notch maintenance, and prompt repairs.
We believe in making a difference both inside and outside your home.
That's why we are proud sponsors of Safe Light.
Pride is a comprehensive nonprofit serving survivors of interpersonal violence and abuse. We offer a continuum of services that take survivors from crisis to sustainability in a safe and secure environment.
Stuller Power Solutions.
Powering homes and empowering lives.
There is a place where the mind, body, and soul are nourished and freed from substance use disorder, where a 6-to-1 patient-counselor ratio results in more than 98% of alumni willing to recommend it. Pavilion, nonprofit substance use disorder treatment center, nestled on 160 acres in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Reach out for a free consultation for yourself, family, or friend. Pavilion, we're here for you, for life.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields. At Fields, we have a great selection of 2023 low-mileage Range Rovers, Defenders, and Discoveries. So, no matter how you'd like to visit, online or in person, we're here to provide you world-class service.
Plus, you'll be part of Fields' amenities program with complimentary loaners, car washes, and gourmet coffee service.
And now is the best time to take advantage of a great offer like this.
Unmatched versatility and luxury in the 7-passenger Land Rover Discovery, starting at $59,900 at Land Rover Asheville.
International Equestrian Centre is the stage for leg 7 of Major League Show Jumping this week. This stunning venue was the host for the 2018 World Equestrian Games and now holds 40 weeks of top-level competition throughout the year. Major League has partnered with Tryon Equestrian Centre this week to attract 10 of the world's top 30 riders to compete here. This highly competitive field features Olympic and World Championship medalists spanning 15 different countries who have all come here to battle it out for the top placings and their share of the $650,000 prize pot that's on offer here this week. Today's Grand Prix qualifier will set the order of go for tomorrow's Grand Prix, and this is a hotly contested competition on the second day of action here. This is Major League.
Once again, we're very pleased to have the Major League Show Jumping part of our fall series here at the Tryon International Equestrian Center. We're going to take you around this course. There are a total of 13 numbered efforts and 16 jumping efforts with 13 numbered obstacles. Peter Grant from Calgary, Alberta, Canada is our course designer. We're going to start way up at the top end of the arena at number 1, the Land Rover Vertical. See the 2 pillars there. After jumping number 1, the riders will take a track to their right and come to the Pro Elite title sponsor Oxer there at number 2, set on a diagonal to the rail. After that, a 270-degree rollback to the third obstacle. It's a vertical with the Liverpool, the water tray beneath, at the Protex vertical there at number 3. After that, they're going to come off the rail and make a left-handed turn through the center of the ring. The first of the 2 combinations will be faced next. An Oxer vertical combination, the Coca-Cola, with 2 strides set between the Oxer and vertical elements there. Then about 4 strides on a line going toward the in-gate end. Number 5, the Neutrina Oxer there, the green jump there at number 5. After number 5, they'll loop around to the right about 180 degrees off and going to the avocado jump with the swoop standards there, another Oxer element at number 6 on the course. After landing, they'll be looking at a right-handed turn and going to the second of our combinations, a triple combination, 7A, B, and C. We'll call that the Garden Triple. And it's a vertical to an Oxer to a vertical coming out, all single strides in between A and B and C. Then the riders will move to their left and take the Tryon Veterinary Hospital jump here at the bottom side of the arena, just below the jury location there, another Oxer element at number 8. And another rollback about 270 degrees back to number 9, the Stuller generator jump there. A very skinny jump. The white rails there narrower than most of the other rails on the course. And straight ahead to number 9, another Oxer element, the Cabana Coast Oxer with the tangerine and white colors. As they make their way toward home, another right-handed turn back along the rail. Right in front of the in-gate, we've got the Tryon wall there. It's a very airy wall and blocks on top, very delicate and tender jump there at number 11 as they head for home. Then they'll make a right-handed turn. The final line coming up, we have the first flight jump with a plank, a very skinny, light plank there at number 12. And they'll finish their trek here in the first round over the Major League show jumping Oxer at number 13, the green and black Oxer there to wrap up the first round. Again, the time allowed set at 73 seconds here for the first round of our competition. So a total of 13 numbered efforts, 16 efforts on the course with the double and triple combinations, and a time allowed of 73 seconds for the opening round. Some 93 competitors will be going, and we have a total of 13 countries represented here. Some of the riders in the top world rankings joining us as well for tonight's Welcome Stay class, $112,000 in prize money, sponsored by Pro Elite. Folks, I'd like to welcome Christine D. Michelle. She is an award-winning vocalist and published singer-songwriter who has recorded albums with Grammy winner Malcolm Byrne, producer for Emily Harris, Bob Dylan, and Jeff Buckley. And she would also like to thank Ross Gilman of Tri International's Fitness Wide Open for putting this opportunity together to sing our national anthem here this evening. So I'd like to ask you to rise, please, and remove your hats as we welcome again Christine D. Michelle for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Christine D. Michelle with our national anthem as we near the start of our action here in our welcome stake.
So Lily, tell us a little bit about the horse that you're riding today and how do you rate your chances in this class?
So tonight I'm going to be jumping Opium. He's got a very long name, but I call him Opium. He's a 9-year-old stallion. I've had him now for about 2 years. This is going to be my first night class, so it's very much a learning experience for us. I expect him to jump very well and handle it easily, but it's another stepping stone in his career, and I think that there's a lot of combinations. Obviously, jumping tonight, many people have multiple horses, so I think it's going to be a quick jump off.
So is there anyone you're looking out for, or you're just staying in your lane?
I'm pretty focused on myself. I would say that that's a little bit the way that I am. I try to really just beat myself and be better each day. So looking at the start list, there's always really good combinations in any of the major league shows. Tonight, because most of the riders have multiple rides, I think they're going to be going faster and faster. So I think it's anyone's class tonight.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Top of the hour, about set to join us as we get started with our Pro Elite $112,500 welcome stake class. 13 countries represented. And welcome our first rider. He represents Columbia internationally. Here's Roberto Turan Jr. He is from Ocala, Florida, riding DSP Callis.
Of horses and riders we have here. Quite a big field in this evening's competition.
Numerous top 10 finishes from right here in Tryon to Traverse City and up into the Gold Cup. This horse is mounted today. A German sport horse, mare, 11 years of age by Kaskenitu.
Time allowed of 73 seconds.
First of 93 horse and rider combinations in our Pro Elite welcome stake.
Their aim of getting through to the jump off later on this evening. It'll certainly be interesting to see how many riders we have going through, with many Olympic and World Championship riders and horses in the field today. 10 of the world's top 30 riders in attendance in this competition. But for Colombia, Roberto Tarantafor is going to kick things off for us with DSP Callis. This is an 11-year-old horse who was previously ridden by Andre Tima, of course another 5-star competitor, but Roberto really getting this horse off to a fantastic start already, and their career together has gone from strength to strength, placing highly in some 3-star Grand Prix earlier on this summer. Not the most experienced combination over the highest level of fences, but pretty established to this 1.50 meter height. Triple combination coming up nicely there for Roberto before he then makes a swing round to this narrower oxer at fence 8. A couple of places on this course to look out for, the triple combination certainly being one. We have a couple of big rollbacks as well, one from 2 to 3 and then from 8 to 9 as well. The wall there, another place which requires very careful, very technical riding with those delicate blocks on.
Well, we'll start things off with a clear jumping round, but they did go over the time allowed here by just fractions, 74-76, and they will pick up 2 time faults. Again, that time allowed is 73 seconds, so no jumping, but 2 time penalties for our first DSP Callis and Roberto Turan. Next rider represents the United States of America. She was a member of the winning U.S. team right here at Tryon in 2018. We welcome in Adrian Sternlick, 30-year-old rider from Greenwich, Connecticut, aboard Clemens 72, 9-year-old Oldenburg Gelding.
Well, Adrian Sternlicks is our next rider on course, riding for the USA with Clemens 72. This is an Oldenburg, a little young ride for her. This one is a 9-year-old, very impressively bred. It's by Chaco Blue, of course, that horse who has sired many of the world's top horses. And Adrian rides this for the Starlight Farms LLC, who, like Adrian herself, are based in Greenwich. Well, an early fault there in the Coca-Cola branded double that we have there. That's an interesting line from 4A and B down to 5. Take you through that in more detail in a moment, but one stride between 4A and B, and coming off quite a tight turn from fence 3. They really do need to be careful of that A element, and that's just what came down for Adrienne there. Comes down on the back of that narrow oxer as well, just anticipating the roll back to fence 9. This is a horse that Adrian's had for quite some time, for a couple of years now, nearly a couple of years.
Finishing up the course with 2 knockdowns, 4A.
She's been jumping a lot of 2 stars recently, but she has some for time as well. So 5 for time and 8 for jumping for Adrienne Sternlicht. That's going to give her a total score of 13. Just take another look here back at that second fault where she just came down on the back rail. Ali Ramsey is the next rider heading into the ring, heading from Victoria, Canada. This is Conrado 12 for her. 10-year-old horse by Cardento. And this is a horse that's been excellent in the speed classes for her, so I don't think that the time will be a problem for Ali, but we've had 2 riders go so far, and both of them picking up the time penalty. So the time allowed is certainly something to keep an eye on here. And you know, Peter Grant was telling us earlier on that he really designs a course that requires them to keep moving forward. Ali Ramsey then having some problems at 4A with Conrado. Good at the second time of asking, but that really is a shame. Not quite there for the B element either. So sadly, Ali Ramsey parts company with Conrado, and their journey today as a combination is coming to an end. But I'm sure we'll see them in action in plenty of competitions in the future. A really exciting combination, just not their day today, unfortunately. Swiftly on then to our 4th combination out on course. This is Caitlin Campbell, hailing from Lexington, Kentucky, with this Oldenburg 12-year-old. Our Mentos, the ride here for Caitlin. Our second representative for the USA in this combination. Caitlin sits just inside the top 200 in the world rankings. And was, of course, successful as a young rider. But our Mentos Combination's pretty established now, up to the top level. Been jumping in quite a few high-profile five-star competitions down in Mexico at the end of last year, also in Canada, and down in California earlier on this year as well, with quite a bit of success. You could really see Armentos really taking a look at that try-on wall. It's quite an airy fence. Oof, she's very lucky at fence 12 there. Gives a good rattle to the top pole. So it's a good clear for jumping. But once again, we're going to see some time penalties. 4, in fact, to give Caitlin Campbell for the time. Sits her into second place as it stands. Out of those 4 competitors that have headed out onto Peter Grant's course so far, but we do have a further 90 to bring you. Very, very well attended competition here. And it's a great opportunity for the riders to, of course, qualify for tomorrow's Grand Prix, but also to get these horses used to the arena and really get a few miles on the clock ahead of tomorrow's competition. Dara Kenny now comes forward with Amsterdam. Dara is ranked 18th in the world at the moment. And this is a really consistent horse for him so far. It's one he's just been riding since February of this year. But in their international competition career together, they have already jumped 8 clears out of 10 rounds jumped. And those other 2, you just had 1 pole and 1 time fault. 1 time fault in one and a pole in the other. So really consistent combination. Be interesting to see Dara's approach here, because this is a smaller, more athletic type of horse. Goes the 4 strides down to the Neutrina Oxer at 5. Just gets a toe on the B element, and then on the C element takes that with the back legs. Sadly, not quite the day to add to that impressive record of Amsterdam 27. But we will see Dara coming forward later on in this competition with another ride. In fact, that will be his Olympic ride, VDL Cartello, so definitely want to keep your eye on for later on in this competition. Again, lucky at the plank. Good to the last though, and also a fraction over the time allowed, so 8 for jumping, 2 for time, gives Dara Kenny a score of 10 with this first ride. All the world, number 18. Here we just see the lightest touch takes these poles down. Doesn't take a lot. Very, very lucky at the penultimate fence, the plank there. We're heading back to Canada now to Erin Ballard, who rides Libido Vanta Hofken D16. Erin's ranked 55th in the world at the moment, and she rides this one for Ilan Ferda. This is a 12-year-old Belgian-bred horse by Nabab Derev. A relatively new ride for Erin. This is only her 3rd FEI start with this horse. The previous ones were in Greenwich last week. There she placed 3rd in the 5-star opener with a great double clear, and then placed 5th in the Meet 50 individual with a fast clear. Previously this horse was ridden by Fredrik Spets of Sweden, and earlier by Paul Jardegren of Sweden. Looks good for time. She's got 73 seconds to get home. Ooh, good to the last. Oh, Ballard, that is agonising. 1/100th of a second over the time allowed. Oh, she can hardly believe it. That is so unlucky. 1/100th of a second is going to keep her away from a clear round. It's going to give her one time penalty.
California, and she is aboard Elka de la Poma, 9-year-old unspred mare by Cartoon Z.
Just the one to add for Erin Ballard with Libido van der Hofken D16. Leads the way though in our standings at the moment. She's at the top of the tree ahead of Roberto Taran and Caitlin Campbell, who sit in second and third. Ashley Bond is a rider who very rarely has a problem in terms of the time. She rides Elka de la Poma in this evening's competition. Ashley sits 44th in the world rankings. And, ooh, she was extremely lucky to take off there. This is coming up very quickly, this Coca-Cola double at 4, and the 4 strides down to fence 5. She's taking a circle very wisely. And again, Elka de la Poma is really standing off the fence, really having a good look into that water tray. Just needs to gather things, got things a little bit in a pickle here. Sadly then, that will be a second elimination for Ashley Bond. That is not what we have come to expect, certainly from her and certainly not from this horse as well. Elka de la Poma, younger ride of Ashley's, just a 9-year-old, but has been really successful for her so far. Not to be there day to day, so it's sadly elimination. As we move forward then to Cali Shot with Garant. A great combination here. Former 5-star Grand Prix winners as a combination in Traverse City. And Garant is a horse who won the American Gold Cup with Beezy Madden in the past. It's a Dutch bred 12-year-old by warrant. Just really holding into the triple. Very careful riding. She really trusts this horse. You know, she said before that she can really run him at the fences, and she just can trust him so much. They really know each other well. Good to that penultimate fence and down the final line, and it's the fastest round we've had so far. Cali Shot gives us the first clear round, leading the way, and I have no doubt that we will see a good few riders adding to that tally of clears as we then head towards the jump off later on this evening. That'll be taking place under lights, so it'll be a fantastic atmosphere in this arena at Tryon International Equestrian Centre. Really electric, with plenty of spectators watching, I have no doubt. Well, Mark Blumen comes next for Columbia. If you are looking at a starting order, Mark is not going to come forward with his original planned first ride, but instead comes forward here with Ubiluk. Mark sits just outside the top 200 in the world rankings. He's a former Bolivarian Games rider. Ubiluk Pretty established horse for the Blumans, being ridden by Mark since earlier this year, former rider of Daniel Blumen. Mark's won a few classes with this horse at the 3 and 4 star level at places like Upperville and Saugerties in the jump off classes, and cuts round very safely and very well here to give us our second clear round in a row. 72.37 is the time on the clock for Mark Blumen. And 2 riders will be heading into our jump off at the moment. So the way that we'll do this class, because we have those 94 starters coming forward, is we'll bring you 22 in this first section. Then we'll have a short break, while the short drag break for the arena party to just make sure that this footing remains as perfect as possible. And then we'll bring you 23 or 24 before we have another break. So we'll be bringing you this competition in bite-sized chunks, if you like. Lyle Nassar comes next, representing Egypt, and rides Coronado for Evergate Stables. Again, really experienced combination with previous wins up to the 5 star level. Lyle is another of these really highly ranked riders that we have in this competition. He sits at 57th in the world at the moment. And he is, of course, a former Olympic Games rider, former World Equestrian Games rider, as well as World Cup finals to his name. In fact, his Olympics ride will be coming later on in this class as well. So again, another one to look out for. Coronado is a 14-year-old gelding by Cassini. Had quite a few weeks competing at Spruce Meadows earlier on this year with 5 different top 10 placings, including a win. Really high-profile wins to Niall's name, of course. Agonisingly, he is also a fraction outside our time allowed, that time allowed being 73 seconds. So it's 1 for Niall Nassar. He is a little bit slower than Erin Ballard, who, of course, was just 1/100th of a second over the time allowed. So he picks up 1 as well, and he slots into 4th place for now. He'll be another rider who's coming forward with a second ride later on in this competition.
Top 10 finishes from Kentucky, Dropperville, Virginia, Great Lakes Tour, Michigan, and
Kathleen Driscoll is next up for the USA with Flotilla. Kathleen has had quite the summer. She was the leading rider at Traverse City Horse Shows. Of course, fantastically well-attended horse shows up in Michigan. Really competitive fields there, but Kathleen coming out on top with multiple wins and top placings. And Flotilla is this 12-year-old Polish-bred mare with whom she's had quite some success. She won the 5-star winning round class at Traverse City back in September, and she's won classes at the 2 and 3 star level there as well. Really athletic little horse, but Kathleen was also selected to ride in the gold medal jump off for her team. She's just joined Major League Show Jumping team competition. Joining the Roadrunners, and yes, she was selected to ride the gold medal jump off with Flotilla and clinch the win in Greenwich just last week. She's working on the 4 for now. Not going to be another clear to add to their impressive resume. Excellent for time though, 70.48. It's nearly on the time of Callie Schott, but she's just a mere fraction behind. But 1 pole down is going to sit Kathleen Driscoll on a score of 4. 2 4 falters in the field so far, Kathleen Driscoll and Caitlin Campbell. Leading the way in our jump off are Callie Schott and Mark Blumen. On 1 time penalty apiece, we have Erin Ballard and Niall Nassar. Roberto Turan on 2. And then just 4 others a little further down the rankings. Second combination then for Ireland coming in next. This is Nikki Galligan with the O'Neill Show Jumping LLC's London's Demuse. This has been a ride for Nikki since June of 2023, and they were 7th in the Lugano 3-star Grand Prix of Lexington earlier this month. Nikki based in the USA now. Really helping the horse out through the double combination there. Sadly, just comes a little close on the rollback there to fence 6. And so it becomes quite laboured through the triple combination. Again, London's Demuse starting to stand off some of these fences a little bit. They do come up pretty quickly. He really drives towards the wall there, trying to give London's Demuse as much confidence as possible. Just a 9-year-old horse here. Going to be 12 for jumping and 2 for time. Gives Nikki Galligan 14 as a total score. Sits in 10th place at the moment. But of course we do have some way to go. Certainly plenty of names to keep an eye on, and we have a really fantastic clutch of riders to come in the next few. Amy Miller for Canada is next up. Then she'll be followed by Lily Keenan of the USA, Vanessa Mannix of Canada, Tiffany Foster to come in this group as well. So plenty to keep an eye on. We had though 2 Canadian Olympian now, Amy Miller with Truman. Amy's just outside the world's top 100. Really consistent rider with a couple of very strong rides in her string. Truman being one of them, Cristiano being the other horse that she rides at the very top level. Truman, though, is her horse that she rode for the 2022 World Championships in Herning. He's a 14-year-old horse now. Takes a good tight line back there on the rollback. She's had a look at how this course has been jumping. She does not want to pick up the time penalties. Looking good on the clock. Less than 10 seconds though, so she does need to keep moving up this final line. She takes a pull. Amy, this could be close. Oof, 72.48. Very pleased to say that Amy Miller is joining the ranks of those in the jump-off. Quite perfectly judged around there. Takes the tighter lines on the rollbacks where she can. Gives Truman a little bit more space where she feels she needs to. Comes home with a clean sheet and makes the 3rd rider through to the jump-off. She joins Callie Schott and Mark Blumen.
Showing number 6009, this is a Belgian warm blood stallion by Canan, and this rider has competed in Nation Cup competitions, also in World Championships and heading Denmark in 2022.
Lily Keenan is up next with Opium, J.W. van der Moorhoven TN. As she said earlier, quite a long name. This one is just a 9-year-old. And this is this horse's first evening class. Not quite at the stage of the evening where we're jumping in the dark yet, but certainly the lights around the arena will be causing quite the atmosphere. But this is a horse that Lily has every confidence in. They've just had 4 5-star starts together. Lee is ranked number 27th in the world. Just really consistently in the world's top 30 at the moment. She's got some fantastic horses in her string that just allow her to keep up that success. She's taken down fence 6, Green Oxer. She had a great run of clears and double clears with this horse. Came top 10 in the 3-star Grand Prix of Traverse City with a good double clear quite recently. She's going to be a bit over the time as well, so 8 jumping, 7 for time. For Lily Keenan, it'll slot her into 12th place as she picks up the 15 with the Chansonet Farms Opium. Something to bear in mind as well when we are heading down from fence 12 to 13, that final line. It's a slight curve on the left-handed direction, so we'll take a look at that as Vanessa Mannix tackles this course, because again, it's another place to just have a look at that very interesting building from Peter Grant. But Vanessa Mannix is up next for Canada with her own Leha, hailing from Calgary. She's ranked 150th in the world at the moment. Leha is a newer ride for her. It's one that she's had since about June of this year. She's travelled this horse around Canada and to some big shows in the US, the Hampton Classic. She placed it 3rd in the 5-star winning round at Traverse City for the American Gold Cup show there with this horse, and she's done well with a couple of top 10 finishes at Spruce Meadows as well. But really getting to know each other. Just really has a look at the plank. They're hard. Just taking a good look at some of these fences. She's a little over the time as well. Time allowed is quite tight here, 73 seconds. We've seen it can be done though. But 2 down and 1 for time gives Vanessa Mannix 9. She's in 9th place with her 9 penalties.
In our Welcome State Class A. She also moved California internationally competing for Mexico. And she's aboard 9-year-old Dutch warmblood gelding by Triumph Immune. This is
our next rider then represents Mexico. This is Maya Inez Denise Chambon, who's based in Ocala. It's a horse that she owns herself. It's called Gentian de Muse. Again, a fairly young horse, just a 9-year-old. This one is Dutch bred. A talented young rider. She competed at the North American Youth Championships this summer with this very horse. Finishing on the 4th place team there and 8th individually in the young rider individual final. This is a relatively lightly competed horse. It's one that in international competition at least, Maya has been riding this one since March in FEI competition. Been going through the 2- and 3-star competitions. This is their first start at the 4-star level. This horse came from Giancarlo Guastella, who is an Italian young horse developer. I think this will be tight for time, but certainly plenty to like about this round. Time's going to start ticking up a little bit now, but only by 3. So 4 for jumping and 3 for time gives Maya Inez Denise Chambon 7.
Next rider competes internationally for the country of Switzerland. This is Beat Mandley. He has been to the Olympics, numerous occasions, World Equestrian Games, World Cup finals, 67 plus Nations Cup appearances for this 54-year-old rider for the 11-year-old self-Francais French-bred mare.
All of our starters that have gone so far, 9 have picked up time penalties, interestingly. Certainly something that's going to be influential. But Beat Mandley comes next. He is a 3-time Olympian. He's a 3-time World Equestrian Games rider. He's a 5-time European Championship rider and a 9-time World Cup final rider. So what an impressive record for the Swiss rider who pilots Chartrain Prix Noir this evening. He's been riding this horse for just over a year. Came 5th in the World Cup at Washington at the back end of last year. Again, this line from 4 to 5 is taking quite a lot of looking at. Great scope over fence 6. But working to keep the straightness through the triple combination. Just stretched a little over fence 8. And that made the back rail a little tricky to get to. Goes 6 strides down to the last inside the time allowed, but 2 fences down for Beat Mandley there. Going to be a score of 8 for 10th place so far.
And she hails from Arlington, Florida. She scored the 9-year-old Belgian Won't Gelding by Vigo Darasville. This is Battle Cry. This rider having a fantastic show season in 2023. He has competed at the Olympic Games, World Equestrian Games, Nations Cup finals a couple times. And best finish here, a third in the $100,000 Summer Court Grand Prix. Member of the $1 million plus prize money club for the
Another Canadian Olympian is up next. It's Tiffany Foster, ranked world number 23. Of course, she's an Olympic rider twice over. And a 2-time World Championship rider as well. This is a horse that she rides for the Artisan Farms LLC. It's called Battle Cry and is a Belgian 9-year-old. Big striding horse here. Very striking looking horse with Tiffany. Has a toe on the front rail of fence 5, but she's really keeping the pace up here. She's keeping moving all the way around this course. She's had a lot of top 10 finishes with this horse at the 3- and 5-star level over in Spruce Meadows and in Vancouver as well. Placing 3rd and 5th in some 3-star Grand Prix. Winning a 5-star jump-off class at Spruce Meadows with this horse. 1 down so far though, with that toe on the rail at fence 6. Gets quite quick coming down this final line. You see the curve there down to the final fence as well. So the plank comes down for Tiffany Foster and Battle Cry 70.16. That is now the fastest time we've had so far. A couple of fences down though, she sits in 10th. She's our fastest 8-faulter.
That's where Tiffany Clark crossover 4 will be next with Chloe Reed, leading for the United States of America, number 5624. Chloe Reed, the 27-year-old rider for the 10-year-old Hannah Berry Gelding, crossover 4, sired by Pascadello. Nations Cup appearance, Series 7 to date for this 27-year-old rider in international competition.
Chloe Reed comes up next with crossover 4. Again, a talented young rider in the field here. She hails from Wellington, Florida. And she's had some amazing results recently, been jumping extremely well in the 5-star Grand Prix on the Major League Show Jumping circuit. She placed second in Ottawa, just dropping 1 pole in the jump off there to finish second to Lily Keenan, and placed 5th in the American Gold Cup as well. Not going to be a top placing for her today. She's had a pole down here. Good through the triple for Chloe. Again, she's taking the more efficient lines, just not wasting any time. Ooh, crossover 4 really took a look at that wall there, really took a lot of time in the air, really looking at the fence. She's a bit tight for time now as well. That didn't do her any favours on the clock. But with a pole down, she wouldn't have been in the jump off anyway. 2 for time and 4 for jumping. Chloe Reed picks up a total score of 6. She's still in the top 10 for now, but we do have some way to go. Just 2 riders to come then before we take a drag break. 2 for the USA.
Aboard the 13-year-old Swiss warm-blood gelding, this is Dynamo F. This rider is represented her home country Canada in 15 Nations Cup competitions and top 10 finishes.
Well, excuse me, 1 for the USA and 1 for Canada. Cara Chad comes next with Quidamo F, a Swiss warm-blood. This one is a 13-year-old, owned by Cara herself. She's ranked 131 in the world rankings. Cara, of course, a World Equestrian Games rider from that running in 2018 here in Tryon. Premier Equestrian upright goes down for her, though, at a pretty early stage of the course. Safely down that line that's caused so many problems from 4 to 5. This is a really established partnership. This is a horse that Cara's been riding for quite some time, all the way up to the 5-star level. Had some top 10 placings in Vancouver and Spruce Meadows earlier on this year. Takes a brick out of the wall. We haven't seen that come down too many times yet. It's been something that a lot of the horses are really looking at.
2 knockdowns, we had 2 time penalties, each jumping 2 times, 10 total for Cara Chad.
Cara Chad then 8 for jumping and 2 for time, goes into 14th place at the moment.
This will be our final rider ahead of our first maintenance break here in our welcome stake class. This is Catherine Tyree.
You see that brick coming out of the wall. You've got to be so careful there. It's very delicate. At fence 11, the wall. And especially coming at quite a late part of the course, it's quite the test of stamina as well to ensure that the accuracy is there all the way around this course. Catherine Tyree comes next for the USA with Camilla Z. Catherine's another rider who was a multiple medalist as a young rider at the North American Youth Championships, but now very much established to the top level. Been jumping very well down in the Hampton Classic and in Saugerties with top 10 placings with Camilla at both of those high profile shows. Also a top 10 finish in a speed class at the Upperville Horse Show. So with that in mind, You would think that this combination wouldn't struggle too much with the time allowed here, but there's quite a lot to take in this course. There's a lot to tackle in the 73 seconds allocated. Of course, this is a qualifying competition for tomorrow's Grand Prix, but it's a great competition in its own right, with 112,500 Swiss francs on offer. That equates to about $124,000. Catherine picks up 1 time penalty and 1 pole drops, so she picks up the 5 in total with Camilla Z. Big pats for the horse, though. She certainly looks very pleased with that performance, and well, she should. Well, as you can see, we're going to take a short drag break now, just to make sure that this footing is in absolutely perfect condition. We have brought you 23 competitors, 23 competitors. We'll have a short drag break now for around about 9 minutes, and then we'll be coming forward with our next batch of riders. Nicolette Hurt will be the first rider in, but plenty to look out for in this group, the likes of Sean Jobin, Vanessa Hood, Caroline Mawhinney, Shane Sweetnam, Charlotte Jacobs, Erin Ballard, and many, many more still to come. So short break now, and then we'll be back with the second section of this 4-star welcome stake.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
St. Luke's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, unleashing world class in the Western Carolinas.
Roberto, you're running some of the best rides of your life over the past 6 months. You're the first to go in here today. The time allowed was very tight. Your horse jumped amazing. What do you think about Calas today?
I'm really happy with her. She has been improving week by week, month by month. Now she's very consistent in meter 50, meter 55. I really have great hopes for this horse, and she's performing every week.
Callie, you piloted Garand to a wonderful round. You went early in the order. You knew the time was going to be an issue, but you were the first to go clear. How did it feel out there with that horse?
He felt amazing tonight. He felt unbelievable.
Were you concerned after you saw Roberto and Aaron, a few of the others, get some time faults that you would be able to beat the clock?
I know that if I ride a fast track on him, he's pretty quick, so I knew, and he goes better if I ride out of kind of a quick rhythm. It gives him a little more confidence, so it actually helped me ride him better, I think, knowing that I had to be quick.
Amsterdam jumped fantastic today. You couldn't ask anything more for the horse. Were you as concerned about the time allowed, being one of the first riders to go in the ring today?
Yeah, for sure I was concerned about the time allowed. The horse is actually just coming back to this level, so I wasn't under so much pressure. Like, I just wanted to see how he would jump, and he jumped fantastic. I was really happy with him, and you know, that's the way it goes. Time is tight, but there's so many in the class, it needs to be.
Mark, great ride out there. You were aboard La Perla today, and the horse looked incredible. The time allowed was very, very tight. You saw some of the other riders stack up some time faults. What was your strategy there on course?
Like you said, a lot of people jumped the jumps clear, and I saw that the time was pretty tight. I actually tried to ride it like I would ride a medium speed class, you know, like I didn't go full gas, but 1, 2, 2, I left out a stride, then I turned quite tight to number 3, and I think I made up the time there. Yeah, the horse jumped unbelievable, you know, it was a great feeling, and now we are gonna have to wait for the jump off and see how it goes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Back in action now. We've got the three clears, Garant and Kelly Schott, along with
Well, welcome back to this 4-star welcome steak presented by Pro Elite here at Tryon International Equestrian Centre. Well, a fantastic competition so far here this evening. 3 combinations going through to our jump off from the first block of the competition so far. Those 3 being Callie Schott, Mark Blumen and Amy Miller. Have a block of 23 or so to bring you now before we then take our second drag break. And remember, 94 will come forward in this competition. And then we'll come back with those jump-off contenders. Nicolette Hurt will be the next rider up with Origi de Titi, representing the USA. But only 3 clears so far, and Nicolette is aiming to be a rider to join them. Time allowed has been quite tricky so far in this competition as well. We've had plenty of combinations picking up the time penalties. This has been a tricky line as well. That Coca-Cola double at 4A and B, then down to that Oxer at fence 5 has caused quite some problems. Nicolette's working on the 4. Takes a little bit of a wider line here. We've seen some very tight turns on these rollbacks. 3 opportunities to take tight lines on the rollbacks in this competition. Again, another horse that stands off the wall. It's very eye-catching, quite airy in the main body of the wall, and then white in colour on the top, and especially under the lights there's a lot to look at. Nicolette Hurt takes the final fence down as well, just has the back hooves on the front rail there, just had quite some pace up, but she will pick up some time penalties as well. She's going to pick up a total of 13 as her score. Nicolette drops into 18th place as it stands. As we then head back to Canada. Good representation from the Canadian riders in this evening's competition. Eric Crowett is next up with his very own Chicago CM. This is a 10-year-old by Cassini. Eric has been a medalist at the North American Youth Championships 3 times, a gold medal in the children's category, silver in the juniors, and bronze in the young riders. That was just last year. Now very much established to this top level. He's in the top 100 of the world's under 25 riders. He's had 3 top 10 placings over in Vancouver just a couple of months ago with this horse, those being at the 3-star level. A couple of fences down so far for him. Another one having a good look at the wall. Two poles down and 4 for time then for Eric Growett and Chicago CM. That gives him a total score of 12 in round 1. Still just the 3 going through to the jump off as it stands. In 4th place we have Erin Ballard with her somewhat agonising 1 time penalty. She was just 1/100th of a second over the time allowed. Niall Nassar picked up 1 as well, sits in 5th place. Meanwhile, Roberto Turan, who we just heard from there, picks up the 2 time penalties with DSP Callister sit in 6th. Our next rider is representing Bolivia. This is Diego Alejandro Bedoya Yanez, who rides Skara Glens Parabellum for NRG Farm LLC. This one is a 12-year-old Dutch-bred horse. Diego's been riding this horse since about June of this year. This one was with Thomas Foley of Ireland, and prior to that with Dara Kerrins of Ireland and Paul O'Shea of Ireland. Those latter 2 who are both coming forward in this evening's competition. Although ably piloted by Diego, just slips over that fence there. He's not the fastest around here, and I would be surprised if this does not pick up time penalties. We're heading now down to the final line as we approach the time allowed, but very careful jumping, just takes the 1 pole and clears the final fence, comes through the timing markers with 5 to add for time, and the 4 for jumping. Diego Alejandro Bedoya Yanez comes home with 9 for Bolivia. 15 nations are represented in our field here at Tryon International Equestrian Centre. Fantastic to see riders from all over the world coming forward. We've even got riders from, of course, good representation from the USA and Canada, done from Colombia, and from the UK, and from Ireland as well, as the likes of Brazil and Egypt as well. Very international field. Andrew Bournes then, he represents Ireland and rides Disa DM42. Although he owns himself, this is a Swedish bred horse, another fairly young one. This is a 9-year-old. Andrew sits just inside the world's top 250. Very careful management of the balance through there. Really used his body well to get the balance back and then push for the fence. It's exactly what he needed there, just to maintain the rhythm with Disa DM42. Comes here from a really strong clear in a winning round class in Spruce Meadows last month. But not a horse that Andrew's been riding for the longest of times. This one has been in his string since May of this year. He's already had an international win with this horse, and 3 top 10 finishes. Oh, just a little way over the time allowed, but he really looks absolutely thrilled with that. That is really lovely to see. Andrew Bournes with Disa DM 42. Pick up the 2 time penalties. They'll go into 6th place. They're a little bit quicker. And Roberto Taranza, he drops into 7th. As Andrew fills a slot in the top 6.
Top 10 finishers this year, including at the Winter Equestrian Festival right here in Tryon, at the Spring and Summer Series, and at the Gold Cup up in Michigan.
Thomas Joffre comes next, representing Argentina with the Stellium Sport Horses Cardora. You may say if this was a racing competition, you may say that this was a course and distance success story. This horse has performed really well here in the past in the 3-star competitions over the summer, placing well in very similar competitions to this. Now going for some serious prize money. Oof, but the wall is influential once again. Cardora and Thomas Joffre, experienced combination, but the falling foul of the wall at fence 11, especially under the lights. It's very eye-catching there, and it's a really interestingly designed fence. It's been jumping well for some of our competitors. Sadly, not to be for Thomas Joffre there. But as you can see, the light is dropping. The floodlights are on in the ring. Looks like Thomas Joffre just jumps an early fence just to maintain the good feeling in the arena, and then is going to opt to retire from this competition.
Next group here, we do have another break coming up in about 15 horses, and still holding with just those 3 clears. Kelly Schott coming back, Mark Blumen.
So still just those 3 through to our jump off. Kelly Schott with that former American Gold Cup winning horse Garant, Mark Blumen with Ubluk, and Canadian Olympian Amy Miller with her World Championship horse Truman. They are the 3 through to the jump off as it stands. Fantastic lineup to come. This is the way that the leaderboard looks a little further down the line. Some great Canadian competitors coming there. Tiffany Foster, another Canadian Olympian, in 13th. Bert Manley for Switzerland in 14th. And then these riders going a little further down. Lily Keenan with that talented young horse. Opium is in 23rd. Ali Ramsey 24th. Thomas Joffre retires and is in 26th.
Vertical wall back in proper position there, and we're all set to continue on with our next showing of round number 1. This will be our 30th in the original order of Joe. Rider represents the United States, and this is Rachel Lindsay, owner rider. She hails from Austin, Texas. She is Ward Commander 16, number 3605.
Well, our next rider heading into the ring is Rachel Lindsay. She's taking no chances. She is giving Commander 16, her ride, every opportunity to have a very good look at that wall before she tackles the course. She's seen it be influential already. Doesn't want to take any chances. Rachel Lindsay then, hailing from Austin, Texas. Representing the USA with this horse, Commander 16. This is a 12-year-old Oldenburg. by Coupe de Coeur. This combination placed 14th in the two-star Grand Prix here last week. Jump clear, and then just the one pole in the jump off. Also placed 5th in the two-star two-phase competition with a great double clear. She won a 3-star similar class back in May at this very venue as well. Rachel Lindsay just comes and just gets a back foot on the plank there. That's another fence that takes a lot of careful jumping. We have two very delicate fences, then that big oxer to finish. 12 for jumping and some to add for time then for Rachel Lindsay. Gives her a total of 19.
Now back to Canada, here's Sean Joran from Georgetown, Ontario, Canada, and he is aboard Sokiro and Overland Seas. Belgium, sired by Kutoki. Victorious two occasions here, winners at the winner Michael Pala Summer Show earlier this year, and also our Summer 6 Grand Prix this past July here at Tryon, also placing the San Juan Capistrano, and the winner Equestrian Festival this year.
Sean Jobin comes forward next for Canada with Coquelicot Van Het Hovean Z, horse who's owned by the Foxridge Farm Stables and is by Katoki. Sean, a really experienced rider and very much makes his mark on the Major League show jumping circuit. Plenty of top placings individually, and also he's been a real stalwart of the Show Plus Northern Lights in the team competition. Just finds the triple combination a bit difficult through there. Brings down the B. Oof, the B element, and again struggles to stretch over fence 8. Sean just takes a circle here. We'll just confirm what his plan is. Could just be taking the opportunity to balance Coquelicot. Yeah, so opts to retire in this competition. Sean Jobin, certainly a rider who I'm sure we will see in days and competitions to come. Looks a little disappointed with that. Coquelicot has been a great ride for him. Not to be their day today. Alison Robitaille comes next with Oakingham Lyra. Horse that she owns herself, based in Upperville.
27 Nations Cup appearances, 9 winning teams, and 6 World Cup final to her credit aboard the Anglo-European Striplet mare. This is Oakingham Lyra.
It feels like we've seen Oakingham Lyra in a number of high-profile competitions, especially in recent months. But this is just a 10-year-old mare. Alison competed Oakingham Lyra in the World Cup competition at Akala in March and finished in the top 10. Finished 9th there. But she's had a really good run of several top 10 placings at the 5-star level with this horse. Those coming at Traverse City, those coming in Toronto, those coming in Ottawa, and in Greenwich as well. Really, really consistent combination. She actually won the 2-phase class in Ottawa as well. And Oakingham Lyra just comes off the ground really quickly. A really athletic horse, and very much with Alison. Of course, she now rather infamously won the team competition at the Major League Show in Traverse City last time around, snatching the win from Dara Kenny of the Trailblazers by 0.06 of a second. So she knows just how to keep the time down. Oakingham Lyra certainly has the pace here as well. Sadly, we're working on 4. But what a combination. It'd be great to see them in the Grand Prix tomorrow. Gotta be careful there. This is a fast combination. It's just what she would need for the jump off. Great for time, 72.67. Does pick up the 4 for jumping. Alison Robitaille will slot into 9th place. Just a spot behind Kathleen Driscoll, who is the fastest of our 4 vaulters so far.
Riders 23 years of age, has competed at the World Cup final in Leipzig, Germany. Last year, 5 Nations Cup appearances as well.
Alessandra Volpe is our next young rider heading into the ring. Hailing from Woodside, California, she rides Hyaloma N. 10-year-old warm blood by Emerald. Fantastically bred horse. Emerald, another stallion who has sired many of the very top horses in the world. Alessandra was jumping this horse over in Europe last year at some big World Cup shows like Oslo and Helsinki. Then came back over to the States to ride at the Winter Equestrian Festival before taking this horse round. Again, some interesting shows over in Europe, the likes of Drammen and Ommen, Falsterbo and Hickstead, jumping in the Longines King George V Gold Cup at Hickstead with this horse. Very high profile competitions to their names already. Oh, what a shame. Just a little bit too pacey at the wall, and there again, a bit too much pace, so down comes the plank. Good on the clock, but 12 will be the total for Alessandra Volpe. She was working on the 4, and then down that final line, the pace just caused her to clip a couple of the poles there. The plank and the bricks on the top of the wall. Plenty to look out for in this competition. They cannot take their eye off the ball for a second. Tricky, tricky course set by Peter Grant today.
Rider was at the 2002 World Cup final in Leipzig, Germany, back in 2002.
Vanessa Hood represents the USA then, with Vins van der Tojoppehove Z. This one is owned by Take Two LLC. Vanessa's had this ride, oof, down comes fence number 1. Vanessa has had this ride since July of this year. This is a horse with a pretty incredible list of riders on its CV. McLean Ward was a former rider of this horse, as well as Judy Wells and Lord Kraut in the past as well. Vanessa, though, going well with this horse. They jumped in the American Gold Cup and jumped in the Hampton Classic as well. Big jump at the wall, just very careful, really gets the height. Big jump at the last as well. Costly on the clock, 6 for time, 8 for jumping. Vanessa Hood picks up 14.
Still holding it in 3 clears. Kelly Shutt, Jubilant, Mark Blumer, and Truman with Amy Miller up. Only 3 qualified so far this evening in our $112,000 Pro Elite Welcome State class. Countdown is underway. 33-year-old rider next. He competes internationally for Puerto Rico's Vasco Flores aboard the 19-year-old Dutch warm-blood gelding Juraco Blue by Juraco Blue ABR.
Riding for Puerto Rico, we now have Vasco Flores. The horse is Juraco Blue. As the name may suggest to you, this one is by Juraco Blue. Another 9-year-old. Plenty of 9-year-olds in the field here. This one is just a horse who's started competing in international competition this year. But is a horse that Vasco Flores has already competed in the Central American and Caribbean Games, placing 11th individually. Good few touches in the triple combination. Pity to see these poles coming down for Vasco Flores. Not bad on the clock, and he raises a hand. I think with the 5 fences down, or indeed 24 on the board now, he's going to opt to retire.
Next year in an opening round of our $112,000 CSI 4-star Welcome State class, part of the Major League Show Jumping Tour here at Tryon International.
Another young rider up next. Caroline Mawhinney with Hollywood. Horse that Caroline owns herself, another Dutch-bred horse. This time this is an 11-year-old by My Lord Carthago, another of those top stallions that we see siring so many of these top horses. Caroline sits 46th in the FEI Jumping Under 25 rankings. And as you may imagine, she has been an extremely successful young rider. Not quite going her way here today. The Premier Equestrian fence causing some problems. Remember, there's a water tray underneath there, so it's quite eye-catching now that the lights dropped and the floodlights are on. Just going to come and reapproach here. Good strong riding from Caroline to encourage Hollywood over the fence. And I think they've just come a little bit unstuck there, unfortunately. So very sadly at this early stage for this talented combination, it's going to be elimination with those 2 refusals. Real pity for Caroline Mawhinney. This combination is a real treat for us. Shane Sweetnam, he is the number 12 in the world at the moment. And he rides the Gizmo Partners James Can Cruise. This was his American Gold Cup winning ride from 2022. Also the horse rode to the Europeans this year for Team Silver and individual 13th place. James Can Cruise is still just a 10-year-old, was a 9-year-old when he won the American Gold Cup. This has been considered to be one of the most exciting horses as a young horse in the world. Very expertly partnered by Shane Sweetnam. Such a treat to see this pair in action. See the scope over these fences. James Can Cruise has a clear round rate over fences of -50, this height of 88%. That goes to 65% over fences of 1.60 m in height. So have to be careful on the clock, but Shane's taken plenty of efficient lines. And great to the last, of course. 72.31 is the time. Shane Sweetnam now gives us our 4th clear round. What a lineup in the jump off. Callie Schott, Mark Blumen, Amy Miller and Shane Sweetnam. But let's look at the list of horses already through to the jump off. Garant, Ubiluk, Truman, and now James Can Cruise. That's going to be quite some jump off. So we often look at the ratio of clears to the number of starters in these very top level competitions, and certainly it's something Peter Grant mentions as well, getting the right number through to the jump off. So we've had 36 starters so far and 4 clears. I'm looking at 1 in 9 at the moment, which would indicate we might have about 10 or 11. Still some very strong combinations to come, so that is mere speculation. It would certainly be interesting to see how many we end up with. As our next rider for Lebanon comes next. This is Jad Dana with After 8. Horse owned by Spring Hill Farm. This is incredibly fast from Jad Dana. Sadly, pole comes down as a result of that speed. Well, a blisteringly fast time, 69.51. It's by far the fastest time we've had so far for Jad Dana, as you may have guessed from that very, very quick round. Sadly, though, it's going to be 12, 3 fences coming down. They're just seeing a little replay of what happened there. Great over the Cabana Coast fence. But just there, the plank took a little bit more careful riding. So 12 for Jad Dana. His position so far is 21st. Still 4 in the jump off, and in 5th is Erin Ballard. I imagine she will remain in 5th for the duration of this competition, as she was just 1/100th of a second over the time allowed, which is quite some achievement in itself. Niall Nassar is in 6th, Andrew Bournes in 7th, Roberta Turan in 8th, Catherine Driscoll in 9th, Alison Robitaille in 10th. Back to the USA now, though, to Coco Fath with Aventador 5. Aventador is a horse that Coco got from Jens Bachmann of Germany, of course, established 5-star rider, top rider in many of the world's very best competitions. Coco comes here from Saugerties. Oof, late falling pole there. Looking on the 12. Again, the plank causes plenty of problems. Really takes so much accuracy. 2 for time then for Coco Fath as well. It will be a total of 18.
And a Benzador 5, 18 total false as we continue on. Another rider that's competed internationally for the United States. We welcome in Charlotte Jacobs, 28-year-old rider. She hails from East Aurora, New York, and she is aboard the Irish four-horse gelding Rincula Milsane, sired by Aldanta's Z. Was recently competed at the Nations Cup in Langley, British Columbia, Canada, where our team placed
Charlotte Jacobs will be up next
finishes for this horse
with Rincula Milchon, a horse owned by North Star from East Aurora, New York.
along with the Major League Show jumping event.
Rincula Milchon has had an extremely impressive record for Charlotte in the Major League team competition. Just clear after clear for this combination in those classes. This one is an Irish-bred 10-year-old. Charlotte sits at 53rd, excuse me, at 127th in the world rankings. But really consistent pair, especially at the meter 50 level. That's where they're really most established. She does have the one down now so far. Not going to be adding to those 4 in our jump off. Good on the clock for Charlotte Jacobs, a time of 72.04. 1 pole to drop for 4 penalties.
Opening round this evening at our Major League Show jumping 4-star Wilson State class sponsored by Prix. Countdown is underway. Another rider who represents the United States internationally. She hails from East Granby in the state of Connecticut. Rider's 23 years of age, and here's Michaela Langmeyer aboard this 9-year-old Dutch warm-blood mare by Balou du Rouet. This is Giselle.
Michaela Langmeyer comes next with Giselle and S.
The Great Lakes competition in the month of July, and also at the Winter Equestrian Festival top placings there, and at Split Rock in Kentucky.
Riding for Linda Langmeyer. Just a 9-year-old Dutch-bred horse by Balou du Rouet. Michaela hailing from Connecticut. Kayla is 23rd in the FEI jumping under 25 rankings, with plenty of strong placings in recent months. Certainly plenty with this young horse, including over in Lexington. Oof! It's really hard lines, you know. 74.02 is going to give her 2 time penalties, but she was clear for jumping, so I'm sure Michaela will be absolutely over the moon with that. It's 2 in total. She's faster than Andrew Bourne, so she's in 7th place for now.
Returning with the second I just got here, again for Elon Furter, the owner. Rider hails from Ontario, Canada, for this 12-year Dutch Formula gelding, I Spartacus. This is Zakir.
Erin Ballard comes next. This is her second ride, and this is Gakir. Her World Championships and World Cup Finals horse. Erin is 55th in the world rankings. Erin safely over the wall there. Good at the plank as well. Ooh. Has to help Gakir out a little bit going to the final fence. Good on the clock. One pole down though for Canadian Erin Ballard. Gives her a score of 4. And still 4 riders in the jump off. Remember, they are Callie Schott with Garant, Mark Blumen with Ubeluk, Amy Miller with Truman, and Shane Sweetnam with James Can Cruz. Hallie Grimes comes next with Chakato PS. This is owned by a group called Can We Keep It LLC.
Of course, the riders teamed up for placings this year in Traverse City, Winter Equestrian Festival, Old Salem, and at the Great Lakes Competition.
Hallie hails from Houston, Texas. She's 27th in the FEI Jumping Under 25 rankings. And she's was a Team Silver medalist at the North American Youth Championships in the young rider category. It's on the 5th place team in 2021. Chakato PS is a fairly long-term ride for Hallie. She placed 2nd in the 3-star Grand Prix at Traverse City in June with this ride. Also finished in the top 10 in a similar class to this, 4-star Welcome 1m50 class in North Salem back in May. Successfully through the triple combination. Oof. Bit of a stutter to the last for Hallie Grimes. Took them a little bit longer there. 16 for jumping, 2 for time. The total score is 18.
Brittany Rafflitz hails from Palm City, Florida, and she is aboard the ESI Show Jumpers Incorporated entry. Number 749, number for Hilton Van der Breepole. A Belgian warm-blood gelding by Contact Van de Hunting. And our rider Brittany Rafflitz in the irons for our next competing here this evening.
Brittany Rafflowitz comes next with Hilton Van der Breepole. Takes an early pole down there. One so far for Brittany. Good to the ball though. Just the 2 fences left. This is going to be a little bit tight on the clock. And the plank again causes problems. Good to the final fence. It's 4 for time, 8 for jumping for Brittany Raflowitz. She slots into 26th place with her total score of 12 with Hilton van der Breepel.
And here's Richie Maloney. He competes for Ireland internationally. Here's the board, number 52. This is Cocoa Beach, 11-year-old Holstein, a German-bred mare by Casal. Rider's 41 years of age, hails from Wallington, Florida. Has competed some 13 Nations Cup competitions for his home country of Ireland. Got a number of 6 winning teams. This was the riders giving up the top 10 finishes at the Ocala Winter Series, American Gold Cup up in Michigan earlier this year, and right here in Triumph.
Richie Maloney then comes forward next, representing Ireland with Cocoa Beach. Richie, of course, former American Gold Cup winner. One of the Irish riders to have won the competition that's only ever been won by 2 nationalities of riders in its history, those being American and Irish. Couple of rattles down there, but managed well for Richie Maloney. Cocoa Beach has been a fairly long-term partner for Richie. He placed 6th in the American Gold Cup with this last month, continuing his good run of form in that competition with a great double clear. And also jumped well in 3-star Grand Prix in Lexington a few months ago for a top finish there as well. Tricky on the time, it's 2 for time, and in fact that's the same score as he had in that Grand Prix in Lexington. Just 2 on the clock for Richie Maloney, so excellent jumping, 2 for time. He'll be hoping that that's done enough to get him into tomorrow's Grand Prix. We'll have a field of 50 coming forward in that competition, and that will be very hotly contested, I am sure. Well, we have 2 riders still to come before we have another drag break. Cara Chad comes forward with her second ride. She sits in 23rd place with Quidamo F on a score of 10. And now pilots Igor GPH, or the rider from Calgary, Alberta. She's 131st in the world rankings at the moment. And Igor GPH is very much one of her top rides. Plenty of 5-star starts on their record. Jumped in the Major League Team competition last week. They've had a lot of top 10 placings so far this year. Those coming Spruce Meadows, those coming Vancouver. Really consistent combination. What a pity. Plank once again causes problems, this time for Cara Chad. Time's not a problem, 72.22 on the clock. 2 poles will give her 8 to go into 20th place, so Cara now sits in 24th place and 20th place with her 2 rides. As we have just 1 rider left to come before we head off into another drag break.
Competes for Ireland internationally, resides in Wellington, Florida, and he is aboard Al Baloo in Oldenburg, gelding, Germany, by Eldorado and Majestic. And this rider, as I mentioned, first time around, completed 26 Asian Cup competitions for his home country of Ireland, and a member of 3 teams there. Top 10 finishes, Tryon, Great Lakes, Winter Equestrian Festival at the Ottawa Age-Old
David O'Brien then for Ireland. With El Baloo OLD rides this one for the Chansonet Farm LLC. Combination finished in the top 10 in the 5-star opener at Greenwich last week and finished 3rd in the meter 55 jump-off class in Ottawa as well just a few weeks ago. Also had a speed class win at Traverse City in August. So certainly plenty of impressive results to this pair's names in recent months. This is going very well so far. He's over the plank safely. 1 fence left to jump for David O'Brien, and he's got there. 72.37 is time on the clock. Crucially, all of the fences stay up, so David O'Brien rounds out the second section of this competition, rounds out the first half of this Pro Elite 4-star welcome stake with our 5th clear. So the riders now through to the jump-off are Callie Schott, Mark Blumen, Amy Miller, Shane Sweetenham, and now a second rider for Ireland. David O'Brien will join those others into the jump-off.
Yeah, we thank Pro Elite sponsoring our competition here this evening. Pro Elite Ultra Premium Horse Feeds, proud to be our sponsor here at the Tryon International Equestrian Center and prime sponsor of our competition here, our Major League Show Jumping Welcome Stake class here this evening. Choose Pro Elite Horse Feeds and choose the best. You can learn more at www.proelitehorsefeed.com. Factors will be heading in, maintenance break underway, and we'll be back in action in about 5 minutes with our next group showing in round number 1.
you feel most alive, where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
There is a place where the mind, body, and soul are nourished and freed from substance use disorder, where a 6-to-1 patient-counselor ratio results in more than 98% of alumni willing to recommend it. Pavilion, non-profit substance use disorder treatment center, nestled on 160 acres in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Reach out for a free consultation for yourself, family, or friend. Pavilion, we're here for you, for life.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields. At Fields, we have a great selection of 2023 low-mileage Range Rovers, Defenders, and Discoveries. So, no matter how you'd like to visit, online or in person, we're here to provide you world-class service.
Plus, you'll be part of Fields' amenities program with complimentary loaners, car washes, and gourmet coffee service.
And now is the best time to take advantage of a great offer like this.
Unmatched versatility and luxury in the 7-passenger Land Rover Discovery, starting at $59,900 at Land Rover Asheville.
Now, tractor is heading out. We'll have our riders coming back in very shortly. So we finish up our highlight reel there. Again, we have 5 coming
back. For me, it's one of my favorite venues in the country. I think it's a top arena. We get exciting sport. Speed's always a factor, I think, with my tracks. I think the sport's more interesting when the horses and riders are going forward. Yeah, I just think that with the level of the riders and the horses, that it's the correct and opportune time where we can ask a fair amount in the riding questions, I believe. I think always for the course design, the details matter. First off, the presentation of the sport. You want the arena to look up to the caliber of the competition and the riders. And then the second thing is the little details for adding bits of difficulty. If you can add 1% difficulty here and there based on construction, color, that, whatnot, at the end it means you have to ask less of a severe question in another spot. I think any time that you're dealing with sport at this level and this level of riders and whatnot, you need an extra set of eyes. There's so much to think about. And the team here, the arena party they have is fantastic, as good as anywhere in the country. And then it's nice, there's a couple colleagues of mine here that I trust, and they give me a hand as well, so it's been great.
Welcome. State qualification for tomorrow's $328,000 Major League Show Jumping Grand Prix continues as we get back underway with Roberto Teran. He was the very first to the ring, and we'll be back after our drag break aboard this entry, Des Octave. And this is entry number 49E. As I mentioned earlier, the rider competes internationally for the country of Colombia.
Well, welcome back everybody to this Pro Elite 4-star welcome stake. We're about halfway through this competition. 94 on the starting order for tonight's class. Just a couple of withdrawals in this competition. One for Vasco Flores, one for Chloe Reed, one for Mark Blumen, and one for Paul O'Shea. So that gives us 89 in total. Next rider up, though, is Roberto Teran. Tafur, he piloted DSP Callas as our first rider in, now becomes the 48th in with Des Octave. This is his World Championships horse. And of course, he represents Colombia. Roberto has become a key part of Team Helios on the Major League Show Jumping circuit. There's a couple of fences down here, not really characteristic for this combination. Safely over the wall. That's been causing quite a few problems in this competition. Oof, big rattle at the plank. And that comes down as well. Time allowed has been very influential here as well. If you're just joining us, that time allowed is 73 seconds, but it most certainly has been influential with lots of riders picking up time penalties. Some for jumping, some for time. Roberto Teran is going to finish on a score of 16. 12 for jumping and 4 for time, in fact. But 16 is his total score. And he will slot some way down the line. Slots into 36th place with that performance, but he sits in 11th with DSP Callas. He came home there with just 2 penalties with his first ride. Just 5 riders are through to the jump off. Callie Schott, Mark Blumen, Amy Miller, Shane Sweetenham and David O'Brien. Another Irishman looking to join those is Andrew Bournes. Andrew already sits in 10th place with his first ride, Disa DM. Again, just picked up 2 time penalties. C Top Blue is very much one of his top rides. And this is a horse that Andrew owns himself. We'll have a little look around this course then as Andrew tackles it. This Pro Elite Oxer at fence 2 then is followed by quite a tight rollback to the Premier Equestrian upright. That's caused some problems with the water tray underneath. This is a tricky line, the Coca-Cola double, with 4 strides then down to the Neutrina Oxer with another water tray underneath. Then it's a sweep right-handed to fence 6, and then another right-handed turn to the triple combination here at 7, A, B and C, just 1 stride between A and B and C, before they then head to a narrow Oxer at fence 8, and then swing back again almost 360 degrees to fence 9, upright there. Then a 5 stride distance down to the Cabana Coast, Oxer at 10. Left-handed then to the try-on wall at 11, right-handed, excuse me, and then right again to the fence with a plank on the top at 12. And it's a curving slight left 6 strides to 13. Major League Show Jumping Oxer to finish. Well, Andrew Bournes keeps it consistent. 2 rounds finished and 2 rounds with 2 time penalties apiece. He sits in 10th place and 11th place. Just pips himself into 11th there. So very consistent, very strong performances from Ireland's Andrew Bournes. Finishes with another 2 penalties.
Nations Cup appearances and top 10 placings for this sportsman rider combination coming in Kentucky. Out west of the Desert Circuit, Thunderbird up in Vancouver, British Columbia, and again in the Desert Circuit, as well as Toronto at the Major League Show Jumping Grand Prix qualifier up there.
Ali Ramsey for Canada is next up with Bonita Van Het Kaisershof Z. Really fantastic combination who've been brilliant on the Major League Show Jumping circuit so far. Very consistent. Ali has been a part of the Show Plus Northern Lights team. She's not on the team for the latter part of the year, but certainly made her mark when she was. She's actually performed really well in the Grand Prix qualifiers, particularly. She finished in the top 10 in Traverse City last month, getting into the jump off there, and also finished really well in some classes over in Lexington in May. Had a good win there in a 3-star, but plenty of 5-star Grand Prix on her record at the moment, where she's just really been getting more and more miles on the clock and really continuing to establish this partnership. Well, good bit of support from the crowd there for Ali Ramsey. It's just going to be a pole down for 4. So it puts her into 17th place. There, that double combination at fence 4. It's been a really tricky part of the course.
He resides in Wellington, Florida, and is riding his 10-year-old Holsteiner German-bred gelding by Castellanzi. This is Castorano. Rider competed last year at the World Cup final in Leipzig, Germany.
Conoswell with Castorano is next up. He is the world number 15 at the moment and rides this for Manon Farm. Castorano's been really consistent for Connor. Jump lots of clears for the Trelawney Trailblazers with Castorano, but Connor, of course, such an experienced rider, European Championship rider. Conoswell comes to the last. He's very good on the time. It's 72.08 and nothing to add. I mean, this is what we've come to expect from a man like this. This is why he's consistently ranked among the world's very best, and we now have 3 for Ireland in our 6-way jump-off. Shane Sweetnam and David O'Brien are joined by Connor Swale. Those 3 join Callie Schott, Mark Blumen and Amy Miller.
Here's a regular 9-year-old Belgian warbler gelding, started by Thunder van de Zoeterwoude. And as I mentioned, she was a member of the gold medal winning team here at the World Equestrian Games, or here at Prix back in 2018. Last year competed in Denmark in the FEI World Championships.
Adrian Sternlich then comes next with Auriga van het Zuid-Pajottenland, a Belgian-bred horse. This one is just a 9-year-old by Thunder van de Zoeterwoude, owned by Starlight Farms, and Adrian hailing from Greenwich, Connecticut. Adrian now working on the 8 representing America. Of course, we just have 1 American representative in our jump-off so far.
Jumping and 4 time penalties, rails in the combination, the guard combination.
8 for jumping, 4 for time for Adrian Sternlich. She'll finish on a score of 12. Now, the time allowed has been extremely influential. They do have a couple of rollbacks where they can save valuable seconds, but it's been something that's really catching out plenty of these riders. Peter Grant, our course designer here, hailing from Canada, has set quite the stiff task. As we head to another experienced American rider, and Caitlin Campbell, hailing from Lexington, Kentucky. She rides Emir here. This one is a little older than some of the others in the field. It's a 14-year-old now. This has been a horse for Caitlin for about a year and a half now. This one was with Fabian Sejan of Argentina prior to that. But Caitlin has finished in the top 10 in several 5-star and 4-star and 3-star competitions in recent months. Looks like she's opting to retire here, puts her hand up. She feels she's done enough. No need to continue here. That is, of course, Caitlin's second ride. She sits in 19th place with Armentos, just dropping the 1 pole. Emir, though, this second ride is a ride with which she retires this afternoon.
And we'll watch Vanessa Hood. She's returning for a second effort here, and she's for Castelretto. W. Holsteiner, Breton in the Netherlands, Gelding by Cassell. Next on course, Vanessa Hood and Castelretto.
Vanessa Hood then comes next. Again, this is the second ride. Vanessa comes forward with Castelretto. This one is a more experienced horse for Vanessa. Who hails from Wellington, Florida. This is a horse owned by Take Two LLC. Finished 14th in the Hampton Classic Cup last month, that being the 5-star speed class. She's been featuring on the Major League team circuit as well, riding for Team KPF. Well, she's good for time, Vanessa Hood, but 3 poles down will give her a score of 12.
Number 1. Again, the top 50 coming back based on their scores and performances here this evening for our $328,000 Major League Show Jumping Grand Prix coming up tomorrow night, our Saturday Night Lights, featuring some of the top riders in the entire world showing here tomorrow night. Allison Robitaille back to the second iron. She is aboard Ecuestre. Here's Daniel Blumen, following a fracture in our posted order. Daniel hails from Navy, Florida. He's aboard Gemma W next. Gemma W, 12-year-old Dutch warm-blood mare by Louis Dom. And as I mentioned, the first time around, this horse and rider combination of this rider competed at the World Equestrian Games in 2018 right here.
Daniel Blumen then with Gemma W comes next. Daniel Blumen is ranked number 13th in the world, and Gemma W is his World Championship ride. Great to see this pair in action. Daniel's been a member of the Trailblazers team and made his mark very much in the Major League Show Jumping Team Series. Also won the Grand Prix of Toronto last year. Great to see this horse in action. Gemma W is extremely consistent and very much among the ranks of the very best in the field here. We've got a few World Championship horses, a couple of Olympic rides as well. Great to see them here at the Tryon International Equestrian Centre. 10 of the world's top 30 are coming forward in this competition. Ooh, he really stretches over the Cabana Coast. Oxer sadly takes front and back rails there. So he's good on the clock, but it's a pole down, well, 2 poles down, but 1 fence for Daniel Blumen. Finishes inside the time allowed, but 1 fence falls. He'll be kept out of the jump off and sits in 15th place at the moment. We will take 50 through to the Grand Prix. That will take place tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Really went for the long one. Sadly, just didn't quite get to the back rail.
A Rhinelander, German-bred gelding by Diorado, Archie Engel, Goldstein Engel. Then the Olympic Games, World Championships, 17 World Cup Finals, some 56 Nations Cup appearances for this lady hails from Wellington, Florida. Source Rider teamed up for numerous top 10 finishes at Florida Winter Equestrian Festival with Travers, Miami, Florida, Great Lakes Equestrian Center, and the Kentucky Invitational Freestyle.
Margie Goldstein-Engel now comes forward with Dikas. What an amazing thing to see some of these riders in action. And Margie Engel is such a star of the sport. It's fantastic to see her in action here with Dikas, another of these very big horses that Margie often likes to ride. She's ranked 140th in the world rankings at the moment. And she is a former Olympic Games rider. That was from the Sydney Olympics in 2000. World Equestrian Games rider as well. 2 Pan American Games to her name as well. And quite incredibly, she has competed in 17 World Cup finals, the first of those coming in 1988 in Gothenburg, and the most recent being 2012 in Sertogenbosch. Real pity to see the penultimate fence go there, but the plank has caused a lot of problems tonight. 2 for time, 4 for jumping. It's 6 for Margie. Slots into 22nd place at the moment. And we're more than halfway through, so certainly 22nd place does not have you out of the running yet.
The country of Ireland joining us here, Dara Cairns, and he's aboard the Silvio Holsteiner Stallion by Limbus. This rider has competed at the World Cup final at Las Vegas, Nevada in 2009, some 14 Nations Cup appearances as well.
Dara Cairns next up with Licino. Horse owned by Eve Jobs. Dara based in Wellington, Florida now, but rides for Ireland. Again, this is a combination that's been getting ever stronger. Great jump at the wall. That's been jumping better and better. Dara Cairns then just drops the 1 pole. He slots into 18th place with a score of 4:72.29 is the time on the clock. The fastest 4-faulter that we have is Kathleen Driscoll. 70.48 is one of the fastest times we have had. Ahead of her we have 7 riders who are just on time penalties, and at the top of those is Erin Ballard, who just picked up a time penalty for 100th of a second over the time allowed. We come now to a legend of the sport. Representing Brazil, it's Rodrigo Pessoa with Dalida. Rodrigo at the moment sits 64th in the Longines World Rankings, but he has competed at 6 different Olympic Games, the first of those being 1992 Barcelona, most recent being London 2012. He's competed at 6 World Equestrian Games, 3 Nations Cup finals, 3 Pan American Games, and 13 World Cup finals as well. A horse that he rode to many of those World Cup finals was Balube de Rouet. All his lines, who of course are iconic in the top breeding levels now. But back to the task in hand. Rodrigo Pessoa pilots Dalida. This is a 9-year-old mare, Belgian bred by Diamant de Semy. And this is a fairly new ride. This is only Rodrigo's 3rd FEI show with Dalida. Jumped in Greenwich, first the 1 class last week, and then jumped in Saugerties in the 4-star classes. They've jumped a good clear in Saugerties. This horse was with Nicolas Philipparts of Belgium, horse who is a European and Olympic medalist, and Ludo Philipparts' father prior to that rode this horse. 3 for time and 12 for jumping. For Rodrigo Pessoa, he will take 11 forward in this competition. Score of 11 sits Rodrigo in 33rd. He's the only rider on a score of 11 at the moment. Should the numbers interest you, we've got 6 through to the jump-off. The horses through to the jump-off are Garant, Ubiluk, Truman, James Can Cruz, El Balu, OLD and Castorano. And they are piloted by Callie Schott, Mark Blumen, Amy Miller, Shane Sweetnam, David O'Brien and Connor Swale. So 6 combinations, 3 for Ireland, 1 for the USA, 1 for Colombia and 1 for Canada as it stands. We have had 58 competitors come forward. And we're anticipating about 30 more. Hayley Royce will be the next of those. Representing the USA, she rides Barney Blue 3 for Double Clear LLC. No doubt she will be hoping for a double clear here this evening. Oh, Hayley Royce just takes down the B element of the triple combination. Ooh, front and back rails goes there. She's just trying to take the more efficient line, and unfortunately, balls come down. 3 down now. Oop, and the Cabana Coast Oxer comes as something of a shock to Barney Blue. Time is going to start ticking up. For Hayley Royce. Time ticking up, and she's on a jumping score of 20. Looks like she's going to retire. And so it's all over so far for Hayley Royce today. Not her day, unfortunately, but I'm sure we'll see this combination back for another day.
$112,000 welcome state class. Welcome Kristen Vanderveen. She's our next rider. She has had great success in this show ring. She is aboard the Bull Run Jumpers Incorporated entry. Bull Runs to Ride. Bull Runs to Ride, 9-year-old Holsteiner Gelding, and a rider.
Kristen Vanderveen is coming up next with the Bull Run Jumpers Incorporated's Bull Runs Gyra. 9-year-old horse.
And as I mentioned, has had great success showing her jumpers here in our Triumph Stadium. Top 10 finishes for this horse.
Pause there
coming up at Hits Hotel.
before she tackles Peter Grant's course. Lots of places to keep an eye out on this course, whether it's the triple combination or the double at 4 down those 4 tricky strides to the Neutrina Oxer as Kristen just passes that fence there. A couple of good rollbacks where they can save some time, but crucially the time allowed is testing here as well. Kristen Vanderveen then for the USA with this 9-year-old. She comes here fresh from a win in a 2-star Grand Prix qualifier here in Tryon just last week. Certainly proved she can do it in this ring. That double combination has caused her a problem though. A element comes down. Kristen is working on the 4. Not the tightest turn, but there is the potential that Kristen is going to look now with the fence down for just a bit more of a steady approach to ensure that she stays on the floor. Safety over the wall, that's been jumping well for some of the riders, but it's certainly eye-catching for a lot of the others. 1 for time, 2 for time now for Kristen van der Veen. Score is 6. 6 will sit Kristen into 24th place. Remember, we're looking for the top 50. So at the moment, Kristen's looking fairly safe. Long way to go yet, though. Dara Kenny is the next rider in. He is number 18 in the world ranking at the moment. And this is another horse that it's a real treat to see in action. It's VDL Cartello. This was Dara's ride for the Tokyo Olympic Games and for the Nations Cup final in Barcelona as well. It's owned by Heathman Farm LLC. And Dara's now bringing VDL Cartello back to this top level. Cartello has a 47% clear round rate over metre 55 fences. Average faults at anything above a metre 40 is under 4. Oh. Really consistent. But what a treat to see these Olympic combinations in action here in Tryon. Ooh, bit of a kick back, and we've got a brick out of the wall. Oh, what a pity. Very good for time as well, but he, ooh, 0.16 of a second over the time allowed. It will be a score of 5 for Dara Kenny. That's going to put him in 23rd place for now.
Vintage is started by Bernie. This rider has competed in the Nations Cup competitions. Also, he was a competitor for his home country of Venezuela at the World Equestrian Games right here in Tryon back in 2018.
Juan Ortiz now comes forward representing Venezuela. His ride is Vintage. This one is by Verdi TN and is owned by Blue Trim LLC. Oof, just not quite getting the approach that he wants up to that fence. Vintage is a big striding horse. Large and big striding horse. That one is just having a discussion with here. Safely over this time. Nicely through the triple. The fences come up quickly around this part of the course. Really got to have their wits about them. Juan manages this horse so well, you know, it's such a big stride, it's not easy to keep the balance and keep the turns coming, but extremely well managed there. Unfortunately, it will be costly on the clock with that refusal. It's 8 for jumping, 20 for time. Gives Juan Ortiz a total of 28. We just see there the disagreement at fence 6.
Currently number 8 in the world, Olympic experience, medals, World Cup finals, and World Equestrian Games. We welcome in McLean Ward. He hails from Brewster, New York, and he's riding Cedric's 84, 11-year-old.
McLean Ward is another rider at the very top of his game, and when is he not? He's 8th in the world at the moment and rides the Sport for USA LLC's Cedric 84. McLean is looking to join the 6 riders in the jump-off. He's looking to become the 2nd American through to the jump-off. The first is Callie Shott. But yeah, 8th in the world at the moment. McLean's competed in 5 Olympic Games, spanning 2004 to 2021. Of course, in 2021 he picked up Team Silver with Contagious. Also competed at the World Equestrian Games here in Tryon to clinch Team Gold. One of his 5 appearances at World Championships, including last year's Herning World Championships. More World Cup finals than I can tell you, a couple of Nations Cup finals as well. This is not what we would have expected from this combination. Of course, I was telling you all about McLean's illustrious record. This is a relatively new ride for him, just one that he's been competing since August. Oh, but Cedric certainly does not like this rustic coloured fence. What a pity. Sadly, with the 2 refusals, that's elimination for McLean Ward. That's a shock. That's not what we would have expected at all. I'm sure we will see that combination in action again in the future, but certainly not what we would have expected by any stretch of the imagination. McLean Ward is out of it. He's out of the running in this competition. Very unfortunate. Still 6 in the jump-off.
World Cup finals in Las Vegas, Nevada, several years, and the Nations Cup final in Barcelona, Spain, earlier on. And again,
McLean does have another ride to come. First Lady is on the roster for him later through this class. Skylar Riley comes next with Robin de Pontoile. Older horse in the field. This one is an 18-year-old. This combination come here from a stint further up the East Coast in Saugerties and at the Hampton Classic. Placed 12th in the Hampton Classic in the Grand Prix. A couple of fences down, and placed 7th in the Qualifier. Oof. Gosh, that's so close. Some big cheers and a big smile from Skylar Riley with Robin de Pontoile. Unfortunately, though, it's 1 time penalty. The time was 73.18 seconds, and that will incur 1 time penalty. She'll sit in 8th place. Still a really excellent performance, still a really excellent position to be in.
Natalie Dean hails from Palo Alto, California. She's 24 years of age and riding Espresso Lakoff, a 10-year-old Belgian warm-blood gelding sired by Cicero Zimantino. He has competed for the United States in Nations Cup competitions. First Nations Cup appearance back in 2021.
Natalie Dean is next up with Nespresso Vantelekoff. owned by Marigold Sport Horses, and Natalie is 76th in the world rankings. She had quite a stint of competing over in Europe this year with quite a bit of success all the way up to the 5-star level. Now back in the USA. Working on the 8th for Natalie. .73.42, so she'll pick up 1 for time as well. It's 8 jumping and 1 time. 9 for Natalie Dean.
And 1 time fall total score of 9 falls here for Natalie Dean and Nespresso. Next we have another rider who represents Ireland internationally. Welcome in Paul O'Shea, who resides in Wellington, Florida. He's aboard the 12-year-old Oldenburg German-bred gelding. This is Squirt Gun, started by Guy Rano, member of the winning team at the Nations Cup final in Barcelona back in 2019. Has ridden 19 Nations Cups for
Paul O'Shea
home country.
now rides Squirt Gun. Paul has been instrumental in the success of Team Eye Candy in the Major League show jumping circuit, and Squirt Gun's been a brilliant ride for him with that in mind. Squirt Gun is a horse that he rides for Team Eye Candy. Paul is ranked 128th in the Longines World Rankings at the moment. He really has been very consistent with this horse. Lots of top 10 finishes throughout their career together, helping Eye Candy to several podium finishes. But what a pity. Just the hind legs taking the back rail at the Cabana Coast Oxer, and now the pace is getting to them a bit. The brick comes out of the wall and the plank comes down as well. Oh, what a shame. Very good on the clock, 71.56, but 3 down will give Paul O'Shea 12 with Squirt Gun. I think they just got a little bit unsettled following the pole down at the Cabana Coast Oxer. What a shame. 12 for Paul O'Shea. But that's going to see him sit in 39th place at the moment, so still some way to go, but very much not over for Paul yet. 2 riders to come before we have another drag break, and the next of those will be the current world number 7. This is Kent Farrington. In case you are keeping an eye on our start list, Chloe Reid has withdrawn from this competition. Will not be coming forward. So Kent Farrington then, with Landon, is the next rider into the ring. Kent, of course, former world number 1, now number 7. He's been in the world's top 10 for many months. Olympic Games rider from the Rio 2016 Olympics, getting team silver there. 1-time World Equestrian Games rider as well in 2014. 6-time World Cup final rider, and twice Pan American Games medalist. He's won some fantastic competitions like the Rolex Grand Prix of Aachen. Won a big 5-star class in Spruce Meadows in July with Landon. and has been really successful across Canada. Jumped in the Nations Cup at Thunderbird Show Park and at San Miguel de Allende for the USA with Landon. So there's very little that this combination haven't done. The time's looking good, just the one fence left to jump. And safely over. Oh, he's a little over the time allowed. That's not something that we've come to expect from Kent Farrington, but perhaps saving Landon on the speed side for tomorrow's Grand Prix. So he's another of the riders to finish on a score of 1. That puts him in 9th place so far. He slots just behind Skylar Riley and just ahead of Niall Nassar. Top 10 at the moment. Next up, and the final rider before our next drag break is Alex Matz, who rides once again for the USA. His ride is Cashew CR, owned by Dorothy Matz. Still, we have 6 in the jump-off. We're still looking for a 7th. And Alex is the latest rider to tackle Peter Grant's course, which has proved really pretty testing here. We've had faults all around the course. We've certainly had plenty of time penalties as well. We're looking for the top 50 to go through to the Grand Prix tomorrow night. But of course, they're also vying for the spoils of a sizable prize pot in this competition. That represents just over $124,000. Very good for time, Alex Matz, 71.70, but just that one pole will keep him out of the jump-off, but will put him into 17th place. Well, we've reached point 70 on this start list, which means that we have just one section of riders still to bring you. We're about 3/4 of the way through, and we've had some brilliant combinations already in this competition. Just to flag up some of those riders and horses that you may want to keep an eye out for in our final chunk of the class, the likes of Beezy Madden to come, Ashley Bonds to come, Niall Nassar with another ride to come, as well as Connor Swale, Natalie Dean to come, Margie Engel, McLean Ward, Kent Farrington, and Carl Cook with his sole ride in this competition. They are all still to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll be taking another short drag break now before we're back with the final part of round 1 in this Pro Elite 4-star welcome stake.
Biltmore started this vineyard in the 1970s. We mainly grow Cabernet Sauvignon, Cabernet Franc, Merlot, and Chardonnay. For us in Western North Carolina, it's difficult to grow some of the varieties. We're lucky to have sources in the West Coast.
I have the grapes that we grow here on property, and I also bring the best products from the West Coast to me, from Monterey or Napa or Sonoma, and bring that back home to North Carolina.
The philosophy at Biltmore would be authenticity, producing grapes out here to make the wines. I don't think you can get more authentic than that.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields. At Fields, we have a great selection of 2023 low-mileage Range Rovers, Defenders, and Discoveries. So, no matter how you'd like to visit, online or in person, we're here to provide you world-class service.
Plus, you'll be part of Fields' amenities program with complimentary loaners, car washes, and gourmet coffee service.
And now is the best time to take advantage of a great offer like this.
Unmatched versatility and luxury in the 7-passenger Land Rover Discovery, starting at $59,900 at Land Rover Asheville.
Premier Equestrian is the leading provider of arena footing products in North America, featuring a full line of footing products to fit any budget. From home arenas to prestigious events, like Major League show jumping, Premier Equestrian is the company to rely on. Horse owners, trainers, and facility managers know the importance of good footing. It supports the safety and conditioning of their equine athletes. Premier Equestrian understands this too. Call us at 800-611-6109 or look us up at premierequestrian.com.
So the tractors have finished up their work, and again, just the 6 qualified so far. Kelly Schott, along with Mark Blumen, Amy Miller, Connor Swale, along with Shane Sweetenham and David O'Brien with 20 remaining here to wrap up round number 1, followed by our exciting jump off. We'll go over that course once we finish up our first round here in our $112,000.
Well, we're on to the final section of round 1 in this competition. So we still only have 6 riders through to the jump off. Quite a lot of riders picking up time penalties here. Had a few withdrawals from our final section. Natalie Dean has withdrawn, as well as Margie Engel and Vasco Flores. But still a good few to bring you. Jad Dana will be the next rider on course, as we just await his arrival. Here we go. Jad Dana is the next man to tackle this course with Caro W.
Representing Lebanon,
This is Jad's second ride. He sits in 39th place with his other ride after 8, and he picked up 12 penalties with that ride. Looking for a top 50 finish to get through to tomorrow's Grand Prix.
Source Rider combination placed in our top 10, that $146,000 CSI 3-star event right here in Triumph, and also other placings in the top 10 in Ocala, Florida, and at the World Winter Equestrian Festival.
All right then, here we go. One more group of riders to bring you in round 1 before we then take a break before the jump off. Still only the 6. Jad Dana is looking to be the first rider for Lebanon to join their ranks. Caro W is the ride. And this horse is an 11-year-old by Castellan 2, owned by Peter Howard and Laure Cedru. Jad has had a couple of good wins with this horse here in trial, and those coming back in July over $1.45 fences. These are $1.50 in height, but this combination are quite experienced at this level as well, jumping these sorts of classes down in Ocala and in Wellington as well at the Western Equestrian Festival. Sort of slips over that fence, fence being fence 9 before the Cabana Coast Oxer. Time's looking a little tight. Plank comes down, and that's been causing quite a lot of problems. But sadly, Caro W is not keen on the look of the Major League Oxer to finish. That's fence 13, and it's been riding quite well, but certainly under the lights, it is an eye-catching fence. Seeing the time tick up, and just with a reapproaching, Jad Dana makes it safely over the final fence to finish in 57th place. It's going to be a total score of 29. Quite costly on the clock. So Jad will no doubt be hoping that his performance with after 8 will be enough to keep him in the running in this competition. 18 are left on our list. Lucy Gilbertson is next up. This is her one and only ride in this class, and it's great to see this pair in action. Carlin van der Vennehoff has been a brilliant ride for Lacey, this horse owned by Seabrook LLC. It's a Belgian-bred 13-year-old horse. Lacey's been a talented young rider, making her mark on the Major League show jumping circuit. Finished very well with Carlin in a few of our Major League show jumping competitions, but this one has been relatively lightly competed in recent months. Lacey sits at 169th in the Longines World Rankings. As you can see, it's really, it really is nighttime here now. Very dark. The lights are on, and that gives a pretty amazing atmosphere at the Tryon International Equestrian Centre. Lacey using her body to get the balance back before the triple combination. Goes that. Just 3 fences left again. Gets the balance back. Just need to watch the time now. 1 fence left. Oof, can she make it? Oh, what a shame. Just comes down on the final fence. But a great round, great riding from Lacey. It's 4 for jumping and 1 for time. Gives her a total of 5. 5 will see Lacey sit in 27th place. And that looks in pretty good shape for the Grand Prix. But we shall see. Caroline Mulwiney is the next one on our list. Here she comes with Danse du Buisson Z. Belgian Warmblood, 12-year-old by Dutch capital Z. And this is one that Caroline owns herself.
Top 10 placings at the Split Rochester at the Grand Prix this past January, also at the Devon Open State Class.
This is, of course, Caroline's second ride of the class. Sadly eliminated with Hollywood, but Danse du Buisson is a second shot at this competition. She's 46th in the under-25 world rankings. And Danse du Buisson is one that Caroline got from Michael Hughes of the USA. That was about a year ago. Plenty of opportunity for this pair to get the miles on the clock and really get to know each other. Tackling this impressive competition with a really top field. But this young lady can very much hold her own. She was part of the winning Team Eye Candy squad at Thunderbird Show Park earlier this year. A really impressive performance. Great shot to the last as well. She will be over the time, and she did drop a pole earlier on, but certainly a score of 7 for Caroline Mawhinney is a good result. 7 is going to see her sit in 32nd place, just behind the Mexican rider Maya Inez Denise Chambon, just ahead of Tiffany Foster.
Has been to 4 Olympics and 2 team gold medals in her career. She hails from Casanova, New York.
Beezy Madden is next up with Hummer Z.
Sired by Harley DEL. This rider has competed some 94 Nations Cup competitions for the United States. 4 Olympic game appearances, along with 3 World Championships, 12 World Cup finals, and a member of 23 winning Nations Cup competitions. Easy Match, Casanova, New York, and Hummer Z next up.
Well, Hummer Z is the ride for Beezy Madden. Beezy, of course, with so many championships in her record, 4 Olympic Games, including 2 gold medals from Beijing and Athens, 3 World Equestrian Games, 2 Nations Cup finals, 4 Pan American Games, and World Cup finals just about every year or thereabouts, spanning 1987 to 2019. Oof! Just didn't quite get the stride she needed to that green oxer there. Sadly parts company with Hummer Z. Oh, what a pity. Not going to be the day for Beezy Madden, and that's her only ride in this competition. We'll just wait for confirmation that they are up and on their feet. But still, we just have the 6 through to the jump off. And 16 combinations to come. Those 6 through to the jump off are Callie Schott and Garant, Mark Blumen with Ubiluk, Amy Miller with Truman, Shane Sweetnam with James Can Cruz, David O'Brien with El Balu OLD, and Connor Swale with Castorano. Good to see Beezy Madden then up and on her feet and heading out of the ring safely.
Holding at the 6 clears to return to our jump off here. We'll continue on with Amanda Derbyshire. And she hails from Wallington, Florida, competes internationally for her own country of Great Britain. She's aboard the 11-year-old Zangerside Belgian bred stallion. This is
Our next rider will be Amanda Derbyshire,
and as I mentioned earlier,
representing the United Kingdom, with Otto BH.
Six Nations Cup appearances for
Otto is an 11-year-old, and Amanda is based out of Wellington, Florida. Good to the plank there. Amanda Derbyshire making very light work of this track. Oof, and looking good on the time as well. Yeah, 72.96. So Amanda Derbyshire becomes the 7th rider through to the jump off. The sole representative for Great Britain goes through to our next round, where it will be all about speed, of course, over a shortened course. Couple of new fences in the jump off course. I'll take you through that later on. Otto BH just having a little bit of a scratch just on the way out of the ring, as Ashley Bond is next to take to the stage with Garfield. Ashley was sadly eliminated with Elka de la Pont. Garfield is her next ride. She's 44th in the world rankings. Garfield has been going from strength to strength. Look at that jump with the action with the hind leg. Just making sure they get over the fences. Very careful at the wall there as well. And at the plank, Garfield's got such a great hind leg action, just helping over these fences. Good on the clock, 1 pole down for Ashley Bond. That's going to see her in 18th place at the moment. Looking pretty safe for the Grand Prix, with only 14 left to go, and we're looking for the top 50. Ashley Bond will certainly go through to the Grand Prix.
9-year-old German-bred Oldenburg stallion by Chaco Blue, 19-year-old rider. She resides in Ocala, Florida, competes for the country of Mexico.
Well, a second ride now for Maya Inez Denise Chambon. She sits in 33rd place with her other ride. Now comes forward with Chagolando PS. This one is an Oldenburg by Chaco Blue. Horse that's new to international competition. This is only their second show in second FEI show together, only their third class. Maya rode this horse in Traverse City in August. Now comes here to try on. Goes well through the triple. The plank is still causing a lot of problems for our riders here. It really takes such careful riding, and you know, they come towards the end of the class, the tiredness is starting to kick in a little bit. It's such a test of stamina. Good round though for Maya Inez Denise Chambon. Total score will be 10. And 10 sees her sit in 43rd place, so she's in 33rd and 43rd. 13 to come, so the 33rd place finish will be safe for our Grand Prix.
First rider combination achieving up to top 10 finishes, a win at the WEC Ocala Summer Show 3-star event there. Also second at a $100,000 event in the winter at the WEC Ocala facility. Top 10 finishes right here at Tryon in the spring, Pin Oak out in the state of Texas, and again in Pin Oak in the month of April.
Well, already out on course is Jacqueline Roule with San Chano. This combination are representing the USA. First ride for Jacqueline Roule here. She hails from Navasota, Texas. The Neutrina Oxa there still causing some problems. The 4A and B, the Coca-Cola double, down to the Neutrina Oxa, has been one of the most problematic parts of the course. Triple combinations caused a lot of problems as well, but Jacqueline Roule just has a rattle through there with this 14-year-old gelding. She's only ever competed this horse in 2- and 3-star competitions, so this is their first step up to the 4-star level. He had a win down in Ocala in June. But very good on the clock. It's 70.98 and just one pole down for Jacqueline Roule as we have 12 left to go in this competition.
Now that Nassar is joining us back with another ride here in our opening round, and he is aboard Igor van der Wintermoor. This is entry 5675. Igor is owned by the Evergate Stables out of Wellington, Florida. 50-year-old Belgian warm-blood gelding by Cooper van de Kepping. As I mentioned earlier, Sliders competed at the World Championships in Erning, Denmark in 2022. Also World Cup Finals in Lyon, France, and in Gothenburg, Sweden.
Well, Naya Nassar is now on course with Igor van der Wintermoor. This is, of course, his ride from the Tokyo Olympic Games. Niall's ranked 57th in the world at the moment and rides this horse for Evergate Stables. Niall sits in 11th place with Coronado. just picked up one time penalty with his earlier ride. 73.64 was the time. Ah, what a pity. Late falling pole there. That narrow oxer has caught quite a few people out. They're riding it on the turn a bit. It still needs respecting.
Under the time allowed, just the 4-fault score here, number 8, below our jared location.
19th place then for Niall Nassar. Going to be a total score of 4-0 for time, but just the one pole down.
Kristen Vanderveen joins us back. She's going to board another ride here this evening in our first round. She is aboard.
Good day at the office for the Egyptian rider. He sits in 11th place and 19th place so far.
As I mentioned earlier, Kristen has enjoyed much success showing in our trial.
Kristen Vanderveen comes next with Bull Run's Hesed.
Beat at the World Cup finals, Paris, France, and Leipzig, Germany.
Kristen, excuse me, is an experienced competitor. Bull Run's Hesed is a 9-year-old gelding, not one that she's had in her stable for too long, just since August of this year. She's only competed this at the 2-star level so far, so this is a step up for this combination. This is a horse that came from Max Haunhorst of Germany. Really works to balance Bull Run's Hesed to the wall. This is looking, ooh, I was about to say looking good, but the plank is still problematic. Time will also be a factor for Kristen Vanderveen, just 13/100ths of a second over. 4 for jumping, 1 for time gives her 5. Well, just 10 combinations still to come in this class. Connor Swale should be the next one in. McLean Ward to come with a second ride, as well as Kent Farrington. Carl Cook, one to look out for as well. 7 combinations are through to the jump-off. They are, to recap, Callie Schott, Mark Blumen, Amy Miller, Shane Sweetnam, David O'Brien, Connor Swale and Amanda Derbyshire. So 7 through. Amy Miller, we're hearing, has withdrawn from the jump-off, so we'll actually have 6 coming forward to compete. As we just wait for our next competitor. Connor Swale will be the next rider into the ring. He's already through to the jump-off with Castorano, but Vital Chance is the horse that he has on the list next. Pro Elite fence there, as you see. This 4-star welcome stake is kindly sponsored by Pro Elite here at Tryon International Equestrian Centre. And what a competition we have had so far. Fantastic to get the atmosphere under the lights here on this warm evening in Tryon. Nestled in the heart of North Carolina. Major League Show Jumping partnering with Tryon Equestrian Centre in this week of 4-star competition action.
Here we go, the second ride for Connor Swale, currently 15th on the Longines World Ranking list. And riding a second is Vital Chance, Selfronce Gelding, by Diamante Semmery. Connor Swale from Wellington, Florida, and competes for the country of Ireland.
Here we go then, Connor Swale with his second ride, Vital Chance de la Roque. He's already through to the jump off with Castorano, but always a competitive man. Connor Swale is sure to give this a good shot with his second ride. Ranked number 15 in the world, and this is a horse owned by Manon Farm. Quick turn to straighten up as fast as possible for the triple combination. And Vital Chance stays athletic through that combination. Connor takes now a tighter line on the rollback to fence 9. And then lets horse out for Cabana Coast Oxer. Good at the wall. 2 fences from home. Time is very good indeed. Ooh, just a rub at the plank. And great to the final fence as well. 69.85 on the clock. That's the fastest round we have had so far. Connor Swale, what a way to do it. He now has 2 rides through to the jump off. Castorano and Vital Chance de la Roque. Pretty impressive with only 8 through to the jump off out of this substantial field. Connor Swale has 2 of them.
And he is aboard Icon 4, 11-year-old German-bred Hanoverian gelding by Spartacus Kian. Top 10 finishes for this horse and rider combination coming up at the Split Rock show this past July. And also the Split Rock Lexington Grand Prix, the Kentucky Spring Grand Prix, and at the Winter Equestrian Festival.
Spencer Britton comes next for the USA. Rides Stakan 4. This horse is a Hanoverian by Spartacus TN. It's an 11-year-old owned by Aman Equestrian LLC. Early fence down, sadly, for Spencer Britton, and it's quite some way around this course when you have an early pole down. Working on the 8 now. Spencer coming to the latter part of the course. This will be quite costly for time now. We're already about on the time allowed. .79 on the clock, so 7 in the end for time and 8 for jumping. It's 15 for Spencer Britton. Sadly, he's outside the top 50. So that's not the result that he would have wanted. We'll see that combination back another day.
Number 725. This is Catch the Dark. Zangerjai Stallion by Kitoki. He wants a second ride here in our competition. On Ortiz, Catch the Dark.
On we go then to a second ride for Juan Ortiz. He rides Catch the Dark Z. Catch the Dark Z is the second ride for Juan. As it stands, Juan sits in 66th place with Vintage. Catch the Dark is a 12-year-old stallion. And this is a relatively new ride for Juan. It's one he's been riding since last month. This was with Lauren Fisher of the USA earlier on. He's jumped this horse at Traverse City and in Greenwich. Good double clear in Traverse City in a two-phase. Again, needs to be a bit careful on the clock. Oh, he was very lucky at the plank there. Takes the slight left curve. And great jumping. It's no jumping faults to add for Juan Ortiz. Just 4 for time. That is a really great result for this new combination. Juan Ortiz and the 12-year-old stallion Catch the Dark Z. That result is going to see him in 29th place, and it's through to the Grand Prix for Juan Ortiz.
Currently number 8 in the world rankings and seen gold at the World Equestrian Games right here in China, and also a member of the Olympic gold medal team back in 2008. First lady, Oldenburg Mare, and McLean Ward, second time.
Still 7 through to the jump off. We hear though Amy Miller will not come forward. Connor Swale has 2 rides in the jump off. McLean Ward brings forward his second ride of the evening. This is First Lady. McLean Ward working now on the 4. Times close but good. 71.3 on the clock for McLean Ward. He slots into 20th place and gets that qualification for the Grand Prix with First Lady, that incredible partner for him, the 10-year-old mare. As we just have 6 left to come. These are our later placed competitors that you had on your screen there. These are the riders still to come. Kent Farrington will be next in. He's in the ring right now. He'll be followed by Luis Fernando Larrazabal. And they are the 5 that will follow Kent Farrington in this competition. Kent brings forward Greya. Kent, as you may remember from his earlier ride, he's ranked 7th in the world at the moment. He sits in 11th place with Landon, who just picked up one time penalty. Greyer is a 9-year-old mare. And Kent comes here off a run of 5 top 10 placings in a row with this mare. Placed 8th in the American Gold Cup last month. That was their last competition together. And he also placed 6th in 2 classes there in Traverse City. 2nd in the 2-star Grand Prix at Angelstone tournaments close to Toronto, where he also won the 5-star Grand Prix. Working on the 4. Not making any mistake on the time, 71.83 for Kent Farrington. 4 faults will slot him into 24th place. So 2 top finishers for him, and the door is open for some of those riders placed a little further down the line as they seek a qualification spot in the jump off.
Riders appeared in 5 Nations Cup competitions for his home country of Venezuela. Competed 3 times in the Bolivarian Games and also competed at the Pan American Games in Toronto.
Let's head then to Venezuela once more, to Luis Fernando Larrazabal. He rides Belle de Muse. This has been a ride for Luis since June of this year. This horse was with a French rider previously, Guillaume Savino. Placed, sees a long one. And yeah, the control has rather gone out of the window here. Luis doing well to just regain some control before we head to the next fence, which is the triple combination. It's very bold in here. Takes 2 parts of that down. This horse has certainly got the speed. You wouldn't want to bet against this horse in a speed class. Motoring round the turns. Oof. Oh dear, that's a pity. Yeah, just a little too quick around here, I feel. And so Luis parts ways with Belle de Muse, sadly, but it's good to see both of them up and on their feet. Sadly going to be elimination in this competition, but certainly with speed like that, I'm sure we'll see this pair in action in the future. Four left on our list then. Those are Bert Mandley, Carl Cook, Kathleen Driscoll and Alessandra Volpe. Beautiful weather in Tryon here. A little bit overcast now, but it's been a beautiful sunny day here. And we will, of course, bring you another nighttime class tomorrow when we have the 4-star Grand Prix. About $650,000 up for grabs across this week's competition. And that's something that all of these riders will be going for, as well as, of course, top placings. That's what they want. These are the 4 riders and horses still to come. 3 for the USA and 1 for Switzerland. Before we then head into our jump off, we have 8 qualified. 7 will come forward as Amy Miller is going to save Truman for the Pan American Games. So she's withdrawing from this competition. Here's your jump off qualifiers. Callie Schott, Mark Blumen, Amy Miller, Shane Sweetnam, David O'Brien and Connor Swale, as well as Amanda Derbyshire and Connor Swale once more. A list of 8 that have come out as the cream of the crop in this competition. Irina Party are just levelling things up once again as Beat Mandley now heads back into the ring with the second ride. Well, Beat sits in 44th place with Chartrain, his earlier ride. Picked up 8 there. But we just have 4 left to go. Beat Mandley for Switzerland is next up. This man with so many championships and Olympic Games to his name now tackles Peter Grant's course in this 4-star Pro Elite welcome stake. Amiro BZ is the horse, a 9-year-old by Aska Z. And it's a horse that Beat rides for Grant Road Partners LLC. Very bold shot at the wall. That's been problematic for a lot of our riders. The plank shakes in the air, but Beat Mandley has come home with just 1 time penalty and slots himself into 13th place. 2 great results. Certainly this one is the better of the 2, though, with Amiro BZ. He's in 13th place. He's guaranteed a top 20 finish. And of course, this competition also sets the order of go for tomorrow's Grand Prix. The better you do, the later you go. That's the way it works. In tomorrow's Grand Prix, we'll cap things at 50 riders. And this man has some extremely impressive rides here this week. Carl Cook is just going to bring forward 1 horse tonight. It's Etundel de Marossi. Carl is 46th in the world rankings at the moment, but of course won the American Gold Cup just a few weeks ago. That was with his staggeringly fast ride. Here's that, which of course was Caracol de la Roque. Kalinka Vantazorgvliet is another of his extremely fast rides. This, though, is Etundel de Marossi, a 9-year-old French-bred gelding. Oh, what a shame. Clips at part A of the triple. Back rail comes down now. Carl needs to be careful here. Brick out of the wall as well for Carl Cook. Rattles the plank. Great to the last, though, and he's inside the time allowed. It's 12. for Carl Cook. We do have quite a few second rides in the field, so 57th may well still see Carl coming forward, but do check back on our social channels to get an update on tomorrow's start list. We do have quite a few double rides in the top 50, so 57th is looking fairly safe for Carl Cook when you take out the duplicates who are ahead of him. So certainly one to watch in the Grand Prix tomorrow.
And also winning the Silver Oak Welcome up there in Williamsburg, Michigan. Top 10 finishes at the Winter Equestrian Festival and in Upperville, Virginia.
Well, just 2 left to go. Kathleen Driscoll with Arom is next up. Kathleen is another rider who is already qualified with Camilla Z. She's in 34th place. Just picked up 5. Kathleen is looking for a spot in the jump off though. In fact, excuse me, Kathleen sits in 19th with Flotilla. I was looking a little further down to Catherine in our list, but Kathleen is in 19th. 1 pole down now for Aron, but she's very safely through to the Grand Prix with that performance. Final fence goes as well, and a little bit of time for Kathleen, so she goes into exactly 50th place with a score of 10 in total. 8 for jumping, 2 for time. Just 1 rider is still to go in round 1 here.
And as I mentioned, she has ridden for the United States Nations Cup competition 5 times. Member of one winning team in Denmark earlier this year.
Alessandra Volpi is the final rider into the ring with Foster, 39. Alessandra is based in Woodside, California, or hails from Woodside, California. And this is a 15-year-old horse by 4 edition. Alessandra is, this is her second ride. She sits in 57th place with higher Loma N. Still 8 go through to jump off. Alessandra is looking to join them. We only have 1 American through to the jump off, so she's looking to be the 2nd American. Ah, what a pity. Fence comes down in the triple. Ah, now that has a knock-on effect to fence 8. Eight for jumping, 4 for time for Alessandra Volpi. She picks up 12 in total. That will keep her outside the jump off, and it'll put her into 59th place. She's in 57th and 59th. So, after round 1, we just have 8 through to the jump off. Connor Swale has 2 rides through, so it will be interesting to see what he chooses to do. Amy Miller will not go in the jump off. She is saving Truman for the Pan American Games rather than jumping in the jump off here. That's a decision that she has taken in advance, but here are your jump off qualifiers. We'll have a bit of a drag break now. We're also going to catch up with some of the riders that have been competing in round one and just hear from them how this is riding. But we'll be back in around about 9 minutes' time to bring you this jump off. Don't go anywhere.
Biltmore started this vineyard in the 1970s. We mainly grow Cabernet Sauvignon, Cabernet Franc, Merlot, and Chardonnay. For us in Western North Carolina, it's difficult to grow some of the varieties. We're lucky to have sources in the West Coast.
I have the grapes that we grow here on property, and I also bring the best products from the West Coast to me, from Monterey or Napa or Sonoma, and bring that back home to North Carolina.
The philosophy of Biltmore will be authenticity, producing grapes out here to make the wines. I don't think you can get more authentic than that.
St. Luke's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, unleashing world class in the Western Carolinas.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
We are Brian and Cheryl Stuller of Stuller Power Solutions, the #1 Generac generator dealer in the region.
We offer a wide range of Generac home standby generators. With our certified technicians, we ensure seamless installations, top-notch maintenance, and prompt repairs.
We believe in making a difference both inside and outside your home.
That's why we are proud sponsors of Safe Light.
Safe Light is a comprehensive nonprofit serving survivors of interpersonal violence and abuse. We offer a continuum of services that take survivors from crisis to sustainability in a safe and secure environment.
Stuller Power Solutions.
Powering homes and empowering lives.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields. If you're in the market for a full-size 8-passenger SUV, look no further than the Defender 130. And with the Defender 90, the 110, and this 130, there's luxury in the right size for everyone. Right, Sammy?
Plus, when you buy or lease from Land Rover Asheville, you'll become a member of the Fields Amenities Program with complimentary loaners, car washes, our cafe, and much more, all at no charge.
Mr. Peter Grant, our course designer, has got everything in order. It looks like we're very close to our jump off here, and our A1 ring crew assisting as well. Job well done here, getting our course ready for the jump off, and it will start down below here at fence number 15. The Bobcat Oxer right below our jury location will be the first jump as we get our jump off course underway, jumping from our right to left as we view it from up here at the jury location. Then we're going to go to fence number 11 on the short course, the wall right down there by the in-gate, fence number 11. The Tryon Equestrian Center wall would be the second jump, fence number 11. Now, after jumping that, they're going to make a hard right turn to the center of the arena. The B and C elements of the triple remain. 7B and C will follow the Tryon wall at the in-gate. After jumping 7C, it'll be a right or left-handed turn, pardon me, to the Protect footing was vertical. Now it's an Oxer for the jump off. They'll jump that right below the Legends Club there at fence number 16, added in as an Oxer for the jump off. And then to the Coca-Cola B element 4B. After jumping 4B, it's going to be a gallop to the original fence number 1 on the course, the Land Rover vertical, and then a gallop home right in front of the Legends Club to the sponsor jump, the Pro Elite Oxer, to wrap up the jump off course here this evening.
Aaron, Libido jumped an incredible round today. None were closer to missing the time than you were, 0.01 seconds. Is there anything you could have done along the way to kind of get across the line?
I don't think so. He's a brand new horse. Today's really only my 3.5 class on him because I only jumped half yesterday. He started out being a major league horse at Greenwich last week, and he's really proving that he's going to be a major league horse for the rest of the circuit. And I'm thrilled. It's a hard course with a tight time allowed. I was leaving out strides, and there's nothing I would change.
Shane, wonderful ride out there. Through the first 60 horses, only 6 clear. The time is certainly a pressure. How did it feel out there with James Conn?
He jumped well. It's a tough course. The course owner did a great job, especially with the time allowed and so many in the class. So he's not killing anyone either, so I think he's done a really good job.
Yeah, as we look towards the jump off, a lot of people here were expecting to have a lot more horses in the jump off than what we're looking at. It's probably going to be about 10 horses. How's things setting up as you head into the jump off round with this horse? Does it have the speed you need? You think you get it done today?
We have the Grand Prix tomorrow, so we'll try to be nice and quick, but I'm sure I won't be the fastest, but I'd like to jump another clear round.
Amy Miller, what a round you put together with Truman. We were so excited to see Truman go today. You know, we just saw your other compatriot, Erin Ballard, just narrowly miss her chance to go the jump off. You made it through, but I just found out that you won't be competing tonight. Tell us why.
Well, I'm so happy with Truman. He jumped a super first round, and we're actually using this competition to get ready for the Pan American Games in Chile in a couple weeks. And we also have the Grand Prix tomorrow night. So I'm really, I have a very strong strategy about all of the jumps that I'm going to jump between now and Chile. And so I'm going to let him rest up tonight and hope for another clean round tomorrow.
Was it a decision that you had made after you jumped the clear round with Truman, or was it kind of the game plan going in?
It was definitely my game plan going in. The only thing that's different is that I expected that with this quality of horses and riders and the number of them, I expected there was going to be 25 clean and it was going to be an easy decision. And now, as it sits, with only 6 of us, I mean, that makes it a more difficult decision. But at the same time, my strategy is my strategy, and I made that plan before, and I'm going to stick to it.
Well, I got to tell you, once this hits the airways, everyone in that group of 6 is going to be very, very happy about Truman not coming in to compete because only is very competitive. You've been just absolutely incredible all season long. We wish you all the best on your venture over to the Pan Am Games.
Thank you so much.
Well, welcome back everybody to this Pro Elite 4-star welcome stake. We now have the jump off for you. 8 combinations have qualified for this competition. 7 will come forward. We hear that Amy Miller has withdrawn from competing with Truman, so she'll finish in 8th place here. Callie Schott then is our first rider on course for this jump off with Garant, this horse with whom she won the 5-star Grand Prix at Traverse City, and this horse who has won the American Gold Cup in the past as well. Coming with Beezy Madden, of course. Callie is first rider out on course, and she's heading already to fence 2, which is fence 11 from fence 1, the wall. Quick turn back then to 7, B and C, the second and third elements from the triple combination, before she then heads to a new fence, fence 16. It's the Premier Equestrian fence now that has become an oxer from an upright. Then she'll head to 4B from round 1 before she tackles fences 1 and 2 from round 1. So just 2 to go for Callie Schott. She's kept them all up so far. 1 fence to go to give Callie Schott a double clear here tonight, and she gets there. Great to see that. Callie Schott comes home with nothing to add on a time of 45.84. Shows us how it's done and really leads the way with a fantastic charge for these riders to try to follow. Hers was actually the second fastest round from round 1 of those going through to the jump off. So she was our first clear. And she's our first double clear. Callie Schott with Garant. Great combination. 45.84 is the time to beat as Colombia's Mark Blumen comes forward next. He entered 2 horses in this competition and just kept 1, Ubiluk. 45.84 is the time to beat. He's a fast rider. Ooh! That is not what he would have wanted. That wasted time, but he did extremely well to get over the wall. I think he might have just lost a shoe there as well. Doing everything he can here. He's very quick across the ground. My goodness me, that jump at the wall just really was a heart-in-mouth moment. As Mark Blumen, he's galloping down to this Pro Elite fence Yeah, 41.80. He is pretty sure he'd got there, and yeah, that's more than about 4 seconds faster than Callie's shot. That's really outstanding. There was that really tough jump at the wall, wasted him a bit of time. There goes the shoe before 7B. So absolutely not the easiest of rounds at all for Mark Blumen, but he now leads the way, 41.8. Connor Swale just makes a gesture to the wall. He just like that, checking, following that tricky jump of Mark Blumen. Connor has got 2 shots at this. He's the only rider to have very impressively qualified 2 rides for the jump-off. Castorano and Vital Chance de la Roque. Castorano is the horse that will come forward with first. He's coming a bit earlier in the order because then, you know, that's going to give him time to prepare with Vital Chance de la Roque. So Castorano then, good over the wall, makes a quick turn back. Castorano's a little bit less experienced of a ride for Connor, so he's just keeping a good rhythm going here. He's not pushing too much. He's just letting Castorano use his natural foot speed and natural length of stride to cover the ground. Smart riding, of course, as well to make sure that he's on the most efficient line. So 43.89 for Connor Swale. He'll slot into 2nd place. And I think that's a result that he perhaps would have expected with that performance. You know, he kept the pace up. He really kept things going. But just left the door open a fraction, bearing in mind that this is the slightly less experienced of his rides. Well, Shane Sweetnam comes forward now with James Can Cruz. We were saying earlier, what a treat to see this pair in action. James Can Cruz, of course, being the ride with whom Shane won the American Gold Cup in 2022. Also was his horse for the European Championships. Such an exciting horse. Still just a 10-year-old. Time to beat 41.8. Stiff task set by Mark Blumen, and he went for it. Shane comes in tightly to what's now a double. He's looking for a double clear here. Now wings back out to the Land Rover upright. That was fence 1, remember. Coming down now to the Pro Elite fence to finish. Ooh, he's there. Gosh, that is really quite surprising, you know, because Mark Blumen looked like he was in more of a hurry. But certainly the tricky jump at the wall did waste him quite a bit of time. Shane Sweetnam, just so efficient, just so good on the turns, just takes the better lines. Takes the lead with James Can Cruz, 41.46 on the clock. More than 0.3 of a second faster than Mark Blumen. Might not sound like a lot, but in the scheme of top-level show jumping, that's quite a decent margin. We go on now to another of our Irish competitors in this field, in this jump-off field. And it's David O'Brien with the Chansonnet Farms El Balou OLD. 3 riders for Ireland in our jump-off. Only 1 for the USA. Callie Shott sits in 4th place. Well, David O'Brien with El Balou. He's heading to his 2nd jump-off fence. He's good over the wall. Takes down 7B. Quickly away from the Premier Equestrian fence. He's on to 37 seconds. I think this would be a stiff task to beat our current fastest time, and the final fence goes as well. It's 2 down for David O'Brien, 44.52 on the clock. That sees him into 5th place with just 2 more to come. So it will be a top 7 finish for David O'Brien and El Balu OLD. Two more to come, one for Great Britain and one for Ireland. A second ride in the jump off for Connor Swale. Amanda Derbyshire brings forward Otto BH. Horse that looks in fine form for this competition. Timed her first round perfectly, but can she do the same here? The time to beat is now 41.46 seconds. That's the time of Shane Sweetnam and James Cancruz. She's off very quickly from 1 to 2. Good through the double. And she's getting away from her fences really quickly. Oh, this is very fast indeed. Amanda Derbyshire's going for it here tonight. Got to be careful at this upright. And now 1 fence to go. It's the Pro Elite Oxer. She's galloping for it to the end. 41.46 to beat. Ooh, she's got there. Amanda Derbyshire takes the lead. 41.17. She was beaming after her first round and big smiles on her face once again after this jump-off round. She's pipped Shane Sweetnam into 2nd place. Mark Blumen drops to 3rd. Connor Swale drops to 4th. And Amanda Derbyshire takes the lead. Oh, what a competition. She is leading the way from a starting list of 94 riders. That in itself is really something impressive. Amanda Derbyshire just catching her breath there, heading out as Otto BH looks really quite pleased with himself. Well, we have just 1 rider left on our list. Connor Swale is just taking a moment to head into the ring. Important to make sure that he is fully prepared with this second ride. Of course, he is the only rider in the jump-off with 2 horses. And he'll be the final rider to tackle Peter Grant's jump-off course. With a field of 94 starters, you certainly would have expected more than 8 through to the jump-off, but that shows you what a tough test Peter Grant has set, and it'll be really interesting to see what he decides to set these riders for the Grand Prix tomorrow evening. Lots of rollbacks, opportunities to take a tighter line or a wider line, as they decided in round 1. Double combination with a tricky 4 strides to another fence, tricky triple combination, questions all the way around. And putting the wall quite late in the course was an interesting one as well. It was pretty influential, and certainly the time allowed caused plenty of problems. But we have 5 double clears. Those are in reverse order. Callie Schott and Garant, she sits in 5th. Connor Swale with Castorano sits in 4th. Mark Blumen with Ubiluk 6 sits in 3rd. Shane Sweetnam with James Cancruz sits in 2nd. And Amanda Derbyshire sits at the top of the tree with Otto BH. Only one man can knock her off the top spot, and that's Connor Swale with his second ride, Vital Chance de la Roque. Well, we just wait for the final rider on our list. Vital Chance de la Roque is his second horse. He sits in 4th place with Castorano. So we are just waiting for that final competitor. Well, this 4-star welcome stake has been kindly sponsored by Pro Elite, with an impressive prize pot for our welcome class of just over $124,000. There are the weather conditions for you. Been a beautifully sunny and warm day here in North Carolina, and that's the forecast for tomorrow as well. Of course, though, we'll be jumping once again in the evening under the lights. Always makes for a dramatic competition and a really fantastic atmosphere in this stunning arena. Of course, this venue was the host venue for the 2018 World Equestrian Games, and since has hosted a number of top level competitions, and now great to have it as a partner show for Major League Show Jumping. 10 of the world's top 30 riders are in attendance this week, here to compete for some pretty impressive prize money. Great lineup of riders and horses. We've got Olympic combinations, we've got World Championship combinations in the field. Tomorrow we'll be bringing you the 4-star Grand Prix, so that kicks off at 7 p.m. local time, so do check the time in your time zone wherever you're watching from. At 7 p.m. local time tomorrow, 1 hour later than this evening's competition. Of course, that will also be a competition with a round and then a jump off, being our 4-star Grand Prix. And we'll have 50 combinations coming forward. This is the competition where they are qualifying for their spots in the Grand Prix. And they'll go in reverse order of merit. So at the moment, Amanda Derbyshire will be the final rider in the ring tomorrow. Shane Sweetnam will be the penultimate one. Amanda is leading the way. That brilliant jump-off round. She came home in 41.17 seconds, excuse me. Here comes our final rider, though. Connor Swale qualified 2 horses for the jump-off. Plenty of his top rivals didn't even qualify 1. The man is on form. Could he be on form tomorrow? That's the question. Always a competitive rider, and somebody who's been at the top of his game for some time. He's been right there in the world's very best for a good few months now. You know, really good length of time. He's ranked 15th in the world at the moment. Vital Chance de la Roque, or Vinny as he's known, is Connor's second ride in the jump-off, and they'll form our final combination in this Pro Elite 4-star welcome stake. Time to beat for Connor Swale is 41.17 seconds. That was the time of Amanda Derbyshire, and that's what he's got to beat. He's already in 4th. Connor Swale going for the top spot. Needs to beat Amanda Derbyshire. God, this is really very quick. Comes through the double almost on an angle. Ooh, it's very quick to the Premier Equestrian fence. Steadies. Ooh, takes a minute just to straighten his hat. 2 fences from home. Good to the Land Rover fence. 41.17 is the time to beat. How much is he going for this? Ooh, big shot there. Oh, 100th of a second behind the pace. Oh, Connor Swale. Oh, he went for it. Could it have been the hat adjustment that wasted him the 100th of a second? We'll never know. But an amazing performance from Connor Swale to take spot number 2. He's 100th of a second slower than Amanda Derbyshire. It's not even the blink of an eye. This sport just shows how tight it is. He's still got a smile on his face. He's still giving a thumbs up to the audience watching there. Still looks very pleased with that. Shame about the 100th of a second for Connor, but certainly a great win for Amanda Derbyshire. It's a British win. Only British competitor in the field, and she certainly made it count this evening. It's an Irish 2 and 3, Colombian 4, Irish 5, Connor Swale finishing in 2nd and 5th place, an American 6th, and another Irishman in 7th, with Canadian Olympian Amy Miller coming in 8th. What a great competition and a brilliant win for Amanda Derbyshire. So your podium finishers will be Amanda Derbyshire, followed by Connor Swale and Shane Sweetenham. Amazing competition. They will be the ones in the thick of it. They'll be the ones at the business end of things in tomorrow's Grand Prix. 7 o'clock. Set your alarms to join us for that competition. It's been an absolute pleasure to take you through this Pro Elite 4-star welcome stake. Do stay with us. We'll be bringing you the prize giving ceremony in just a few moments' time. As you can see, the arena party are just preparing things there. But I will hand over to the arena team to take you through this presentation. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow evening for the Grand Prix.
Well, welcome back. Our third award winner here. They had the lead for a while. 41:46, the time for third place. Produced by James Concruz and Shane Sweetenham here, coming back with the yellow ribbon. We'll present in front of the Pro Elite sponsor jump there. And our third award winner coming up, Shane Sweetenham aboard James Concruz. Congratulations to Shane Sweetenham and James Concruz. 41:46 was their time, finishing up in the third place here tonight in our competition. Kate White joining Sharon Decker for the awards here in front of the Pro Elite Jump. Coming up for second place, we welcome up Connor Swale. 41:18 was their time in the jump off of Vital Chance. Just 1/100th behind the winner tonight. Coming up to the Pro Elite Jump, again, Sharon Decker and Kean White joining us for our presentation of our top 3. Riders putting on a great show here in our qualifying class, our welcome stake class, and winning by 1/100th of a second. We salute Amanda Derbyshire and Otto BH with the big win here in our competition tonight. Our $112,000 Pro Elite welcome stake class. Job well done. Salute Amanda Derbyshire and Otto BH. I'd like to thank Sharon Decker for joining us, along with Kean White from Major League Show Jumping. Amanda Derbyshire, tonight's winner, will lead off a round of honor in our Tryon Stadium to wrap things up on our Friday night. We'll set our sights on tomorrow's 2-star and 4-star Grand Prix, part of our Saturday schedule here at Fall 4 of our Tryon Fall Series. Again, top 3, Amanda Derbyshire, Otto BH, Connor Swale, Vital Chance, and Shane Sweetenham, and James Con Cruz.